Excuse me. Excuse me. Hi, Pillars of Snow. Hello, Bragman. Sorry, I am a little bit late. I was watching the end cinematic for an MMO I can't reference. Hi, Diabeepus. Thank you, as always, for the sub. Very much. If you want to know what you'd like, or if you know what you'd like to put that towards, please let me know, because I want to know. If you don't want to know, well, then I don't know what else to say about that. Skyrim, you got it. I'm telling you, we got to do it like a Bethesda block. Rate them all next to each other. I mean, all of them except Oblivion are on the list. Actually, no, I don't think Morrowind is on the list, is it? Can someone do me a favor and check? Please. Please. Yeah, we're gonna go and do Hildebrand. I was kind of hoping to finish this up off camera. As you can see, I've been doing the... What's the stupid zone's name? Gravanian Hinterlands? Sidequests. Try and smash through as many of these off camera as I could. Excuse me. I have actually made a decent dent in this stuff, but there's a whole lot of just empty flying around, which, paying attention, is a common problem. Morrowind's not on there. Thank you for checking. Hi, Hazardous. Hi, Rax. Hi, Zedslayer. Who haven't I said hi to? Hi, Valvedrix. And I think it's everyone. Let me just wrap up this bundle, because I know this is going to chain. I guarantee it. I haven't actually found the regional quest yet, or if I have, it makes no sense that that's the regional quest. So that's whatever. I knew it, Zedslayer. You're secretly pure evil. Wait. A good girlfriend. There we go, that's what you are. Same difference, really, I think. But yeah, I'm gonna wrap up. Looks like I've just got 2 right now. They will chain, like I said, and then we'll go do Hildebrand. What's funny, by the way, is I have 2 quests from Hildebrand. And by Hildebrand, I mean Midnight Dew here. 2. At the same time. Really? Okay. Die. And die. Okay, anything else? I knew it, Ross. I mean, I definitely wasn't the one doing that. No, we're not Moogle Hell. This is Goblin Hell. Honestly, these quests are kind of inoffensive. I'm honestly still leaning towards a negative. It's kind of for the zone. I mean, look at this. There's nothing to facilitate travel here. But the story so far has been inoffensive. It's all really simple stuff. Oh my gosh! There's this one kind of creature which scares me. Please go kill it. Oh, thank you for killing this creature. Or... Oh my goodness. There's, I need eyes from local mobs to use as bait while I go fish. And that's kind of the approach. Yeah, we're not at a full Kupo. Good man. I just finished eating dinner. Sorry. Like I said, I've been doing this during my lunch break. That's a good question, Rax. Have you successfully managed to get your thing working? I would have checked Discord, but that's been broken, so it's whatever. Oh, it was just leftover chili for today. I made chili yesterday, and it's a little spicier than my norm. I replaced the jalapeno ingredient with serranos. Discord is back. Woo. I also changed the meat. Instead of using chorizo, which works really well, it's worth noting, I decided to swap it out for some bratwursts, which works pretty well too. Go figure. Got it. Did you know the Illuminati are evil? I think these were for, you know, before we did Alexander. If I were to guess. so far I haven't seen anything I would call a, you know, a story here, Mr. Red, so we'll see what I think of that. Like, it's mostly just helping the gobos out. And I do like the gobos, so I guess that's something. That character name is Fat Ugly, and she looks like that. Well, okay, that's the dumbest thing ever. That's not true. That's exaggerative. Like, imagine being a bandit hard in your luck and saying, I know where I'm going to hang out. In those Charlean ruins. Okay. We're actually... Wow, there's only... You know what? We only literally have one more quest. I'm just going to finish him. If that's okay. Don't worry, I'm sure this quest will spawn into 5 and then we'll move on. I mean, I'm doing every quest, Tim, within reason, so by definition, yes. Speaking of which, it's a good time for Q&A questions. It's time for eternity's end. By which I mean... So Tim asks a question, which says, which truly irredeemable evil character has done the most good? A net positive overall to the lore of their setting. And I can think of several villains which have overall... Oh, I know, Rex. God, Churning Mist was so bad. Several villains could be said to be overall net positives on their setting, you know, Lex Luthor being a common example. Arguably Palpatine in the EU. But actually, my answer to that is going to be Arturus Mengsk. Now, obviously, Mengsk did a lot of bad stuff, and he is not a good person by any extent. But really think about it for a moment. Think about how many things were moved forward because of him. Think about how Raynor was positioned because of him. Think about what happened to Kerrigan because of him. Hey, look, another quest has popped. Oh my god, 2 quests have popped up. Nope, we're done. We're done. I give up. I give up. I give up. Nope. 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 I give up. I give up. You win. Think about how much he built up the Dominion from the ashes twice. And not only was that helpful in, you know, keeping the sector alive more than once, but also was in position so that when Valerian took over, there was a strong, powerful military body in position to serve the need it needed to, right? Now, in Mengsk's case, I would say his good was about halfway accidental and halfway intentional. He was definitely a long-term thinker and pragmatic and capable and blah, 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 blah. And he definitely is the kind of person who is invested in improving the setting that he lives in, right? He's very much a, I want to make the world I am ruling better, because then I will rule a better world. Like that kind of mentality. The thing is, he also was very flawed. This is one of the reasons I like him so much. He still had his personal pride, his personal prejudices, and he just couldn't get past certain things, which is one of the things that actually holds him back so much. And thus, while he tries, he kind of can't help himself sometimes. So in some cases, he betrays someone or backstabs someone for personal vengeance or petty reasons, and it unintentionally makes sure that things turn out super well. Anyways. Hi, Nashu. Is this what they call serendipity? Yes, I'm here to help you find the Prospector. So I've been trying to calculate the trajectory the Inspector took when he was catapulted into the sky. I've triple-checked my figures and concluded he must have landed somewhere in Ishgard, but the investigation isn't proceeding as smoothly as I'd hoped. So let's see if we can find him. A gentlemanly Highlander. I've never dealt with anyone like that. This would be funny if I was playing a Highlander right now. Right, we're not doing that. Gentlemanly Highlander. Maybe try Mistress Elizabeth? Okay, I'll try her. Listen, I'm just saying, Rex. Actually, I forget which type of hero you play. I don't think you play a Highlander, do you? Does anybody play a Highlander? As ever, Ward, welcome. How can I be of service? Gentlemanly Highlander. Now that you say of it, I have heard of a foreigner. Begging your pardon, did you just say you know Inspector Hildebrand? That's not what she said. And no, I would not consider him gentlemanly at all, personally, but that's just me. An acquaintance of yours, I presume. I only know his name, or excuse me, I don't know his name, but he's here by invitation of Lord Edmond. Okay. Surely as a ward of House Fortem, it would be a trifling matter to go ask after him. Let's go. No shoe, don't do that ever again. Also, you're probably going to want something warmer for Ishgard. Listen, we all know Elizana the best race. Okay, that's just fact. These are new quests. These didn't used to be here. That one is. I saved this one over here. But I don't know what those two are. They're spawning! The quests are spawning on me. Well met, Master Runner. Yeah, I'm asking about an idiot. Have you seen an idiot around here? It is as you say. At this time, Lord Edmund is entertaining a foreign guest. Yay, we found the inspector. Do you really think that's true? If I'm not mistaken, their meeting should be ending shortly. If you'd like, you can maybe retire to the gazebo and wait for our guest to depart. A gazebo? Aren't those dangerous? And if it wakes up, I'll have you there to protect me. Yeah, no. Hang on, real quick. I'm gonna see what these quests are. Moogles in the sky. No. No. A letter was addressed to me. I hope Ishgard's frigid climb is treating you well. As for me, I'm glad to be in a place with an agreeable weather. I've been having a delightful droll time with the Moogles. We've come to an agreement. The Moghome will host the Moogles from the Twelveswood. Come to Moghome before all the wine is drunk and the Koopa nuts are eaten. From Koopla Kop. Ah! Okay. I've been looking for you, Lore. Commander Handelop of the Temple Knights has an urgent matter. It would seem your strength is required. Go to the congregation. Okay. Yes, Mr. Red. Very much so. Alright, so here's the terrifying gazebo. Top 5? So we've got Garleans, Charlayans, Ishgardians, Gridanians, and then pick whoever for the 5th you want to. They're all equally terrible. Yoshu, why are you falling asleep all the time? That must be the inspector! It must be! That's why we haven't seen them yet. I cannot well imagine how arduous your journey must be. They're even hiding his frickin' face! Truth be told, I found the brisk Kurthan Ale to be rather invigorating. It stimulates both body and mind. A welcome benefit when discussing matters of commerce. It's his dad, what do you want to bet? Yep! Not one, but 2 of my beloved son's faithful companions. Lord Godbert, but wearing clothing. I hardly recognized you with your skin not showing. Hildy and Ishgard? This is the first I've heard of it. Aha! Found you at last, heretic. What? Yes, you, the hulking brute with the mad gleam in his eye. Your brazen heresy is plain for all to see. Surrender yourself to the Inquisition at once. I beg your pardon, this man is an Uldan merchant, and a very powerful one. Such baseless accusation would not be tolerated. A guest of House Fortem that he couldn't possibly be. There were 2 wards, but they were quit of all charges, and he demands the right to... I have to personally... Oh, dear. Yep, you'd have to fight him in one-on-one combat. He's good to go. 1,000 apologies. I spoke out of turn. I am Seer, and as you may have guessed, I'm an Inquisitor who's been charged with investigating reports of a rather suspicious, possibly heretical individual. Oh, a heretic. One who bears passing resemblance to me. Aye, a man rather muscular, wearing dark garments, and acquitted himself of a gentlemanly fashion. This heretic sounds the spitting image of Hildebrand. Could he be a fan? Say again, you are acquainted with such a man? Yeah, he's a moron. I see, and the person you're looking for is Lord Godbert's son. It would seem our investigation may be connected. I came with a proposal. Or I put you to a proposal. The first reported sighting of the heretic I'm tracking came from Falcon's Nest. Maybe we should go together? It is, after all, possible we're seeking the self-same individual. If so, and if he's innocent, it would be in your best interest if you were present when I apprehend him. Yeah, we can solve this without incident. I say we go. And I shall accompany you. It's been far too long since I laid eyes on my beloved son. Yeah, like what? 6 months, I think, at this point? I don't know. That's right, he's a super moron. Yeah, just call me Squall, Tim. Best line in that game. Alright. So, Tim asks the question. What tabletop role-playing game do you think is most noob-friendly? 5th edition. No question. I mean, don't mistake me, there are other editions that are arguably more, you know, noob-friendly or whatever. But no, it's 5th edition. Okay, hang on. Before we continue this, I just want to see where these are taking me. Just give me a second. Tim... Sounds like a trend here. Tim also asks, you've given lots of pluses and minuses, and most of them you have given reasons why they exist, or some of which are or how they're unavailable. Which negative do you give to FF14 do you think is inexcusable? Mandatory solo content. Unacceptable. Utterly. 100% unacceptable. You want me to go reconnaissance to the churning mists. Is this the Beast Tribe unlock? Because this looks a lot like the Beast Tribe unlock. They actually even splat out mention, I wonder if there will be any Beast Tribes there that could help us reconnoiter the area. Like that's the line of dialogue that was just said. Okay. Just gonna... But yeah, the mandatory solo questing is utterly unexcusable. There is no excuse for that. Now, that being said, there's another thing that is close to inexcusable, but is still understandable. That's the removing abilities as you de-level. Now, the reason that one's a little bit more questionable is because it is understandable. What the heck is that one? It's understandable why they did it. It even makes sense why they did it. And there's logic and reason to it. I just think it's a bad solution. I think there are better solutions. I think we've come up with better solutions. I think they should employ a better solution. But I can't call it inexcusable. It's just, you know, it's the other thing that I would say they really do need to get another look at. IMO. I don't know who this random person is wearing. Almost the... I think that's actually literally... Hang on, where's my drink going? That's... a different color, but yeah, it's the same outfit. And that's your machinist gear? Oh, that's wild. Anyways, back to Dancer. Master Runner, are these your traveling companions? Godbert, you're so close. You're halfway there. Mysterious muscular vagabond. Ah, yes. A patrol sighted him lurking near the dusk vigil. Thinking he might be a lost traveler, they called out to him, but rather than approach, he fled. Quite frankly, I'm surprised you came all this way. That sighting barely warranted a mention in my report. Aha, the unmistakable scent of heresy. Ah, terribly sorry. Old habit I picked up from my mentor. I know. I will not rush to judgment as before. Still, as much as I hope you find your missing inspector, I confess some small desire we unearth a lingering pocket of heresy. Of late, there have been virtually no confirmed instances of heretical misdeeds. It's gotten so bad that some are speculating our funding may be reduced, or worse, the Inquisition's operations will come into review. That's why I will find and bring a heretic to justice, and prove our order still has value in these uncertain times. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you everything wrong with society in one sentence. I understand your reasons, but whether or not this vagabond is a heretic remains to be seen. Still, if you are set upon this course, you might begin your search near the Dusk Vigil. An excellent suggestion. I'm not blaming him, as weird as that may sound, but what he said is everything wrong with society. Okay, that's an exaggeration. But it is a huge, real-life problem. Oh no, we need to justify the existence of the emergency thing that never really happens. I mean, you know what? Why don't we go ahead and make up busy work for this emergency after-hours people? Where did this quest come from? Oh, I left this quest on purpose, right? Like, this is a real story. There was once an emergency operator thing. It's one of those respond within minutes kind of a jobs. That's all I'm going to say right now. And that job was given a lot of needless, pointless, busy work, which had to be done, or else, you know, they would be fired. They were so busy doing their needless, pointless, busy work that didn't matter and accomplished nothing, in order to try and justify their continued existence, that an emergency happened which they didn't catch. And honestly, that's all I really need to say. How often do you need a fire extinguisher? Does this mean you decide to get rid of the fire extinguisher? Or not do the checks on it every 6 months? Or 3 months, or whatever it is? It's such a dumb philosophy. Because it's doubly aggravating, because you see their logic, it's just so wrong. Like, so thoroughly, utterly wrong. Why is he wearing less the further into the cold we get? You know, he's freezing to death. It's freezing. This is a waste of time. No living thing could survive on this godforsaken wasteland. Over there, look, something from the vigil. Inspector! Inspector! It's... as I live and breathe. Of all places to be reunited with Master Hildebrand's compatriots. How fare you this morning? A heretic raised from the dead by his brother's unholy magics! No, he's not a heretic. He's one of the gentle dead men. What brings you so far from Uldog, good sir? Well, as you know, ours is a rather lonely existence. So, we heard rumors of an abandoned fortress held by zombies, so we were delighted. I was chosen to serve as emissary and set out immediately. Alas, it seems my efforts were for naught. Ah, truly, every last one, dead. That is to say, irrevocably dead. Ah, if it was necessary, so be it. Still, after coming all this way, it's more than a little disappointing, you understand. Then my calculations were wrong? The inspector didn't land in Kurthus? Now, do not fret so. If it is our overlord you seek, then you are in luck. As the founder of the Gentle Dead Men, our fates, our ether, are inextricably entwined. In fact, I can hear it calling to me now! As surely as my rotting nose can lead me to fresh brains. One must remain vigilant for heresies, for it may manifest in myriad ways. 'Tis vile, insidious sickness, which must needs be burned out ere the infection... Surely zombification would qualify, yes? Confound it, they left us behind. Sickness must be purged. You disgust me. Sickness must be purged. Mr. Ed, why are you wearing less clothing than before? Why do they think they are commandeering this investigation and employing a zombie as a bloodhound? It beggars belief. We must regain control of the situation. Dude, I could probably bench press Leviathan at this point in my life, and I have lost control of the situation. What do you think you're gonna do? Oh, yeah, exactly, Hazardous. I don't know if you were there for this, Hazardous, but we were covering The Dig, which is an old LucasArts game recently. And right at the beginning, so small spoilers, right at the beginning, there's a person who watches space for a living. He's just casually chatting on the phone, because his job is very boring, because for the most part, he does absolutely nothing, right? But what really struck me, and I know this is such a stupid thing to stick with me, but what really stuck with me was, within maybe a minute or so, probably less than that, probably close to like 20 seconds, he's like, hang on, I gotta call this in, and is immediately on it. Something about that just made me smile, that, you know, they, despite being in the job that never has anything to do, the moment something happened, they were on top of it. Anyways. Inspector! Inspector! Bask in this magnificent scenery. Okay. Sicknesses want to fester and spread, yes? Is it truly safe to consort with this man? Master Zomberbrad is indeed nearby. But there's also something else, mayhap powerful magic confounding my senses. I can guide you no further. We must needs split up and search. Now see here, these wastes are infested with wild beasts, and you would have us split up? Lore can handle himself, yeah, and you've no reason to fear death, but what of Mistress Nashu? I take your meaning. My good zombie Lore, pray see to the lady's protection. Inquisitor Seer. Sire? Would you care to take the lead? Come on, you two. The inspector's out there somewhere. You say that, but I don't believe you. Secretly, Hildebrand is extremely dead. He's still moving around, of course, but, you know. What in God's name? You're really gonna catch Frostbrite, I'm just saying here. You know, you need to... Like, even your minion there, which I'm not sure which one that is wearing more clothing than you. Look, it's got to be the inspector. It's just gotta. And he's surrounded by giant, fluffy, man-shaped gazebos. Nay, my lady, they are not mere gazebos. Note their regal bearing. They are gentlemen gazebos. Oh, my God. Only Laura can save Zombibrand now. Do I have to? Oh my God, they're literally named Gentleman Yeti. Inspector! Inspector, we've been looking all over for you. Oh, this won't do. We gotta get you out of here before you catch cold! If he's that stuck, I don't think we're at the cold point of... This is... Why are you trying to split him like a wishbone? You know what? I take it back. I actually approve of this. Forgive me if I pull harder. My arms are like to tear. There you are. We heard shouting. Have you perchance found something? Fear me, is that my heretic? Confound it, I wanted him alive! Inspector Hildebrand's not a heretic, and he's probably not dead. He's just hibernating, like last time. Hildy was ever a late riser. Fear not, my wife and I had our ways of waking him. I like how we're all backing off and he's just like, huh? This is how you'd wake him up in the morning. Interesting lip flapping. Probably had to do that manually, too. Well, he's more buried than before. Was it the Mandeville Meteor Strike or the Mandeville Meteor Drive? Ah, maybe Julian was right. Trying to name everything only leads to needless confusion. One more time, then. Out you go! Evie? Splendidly suplexed, Lord Godbert. Please stop doing that dance. Where am I? The snowy wastes of Kurthus. Who are these people I see before me? Of course! Who else would venture into the inhospitable climes and wake me from slumber of sweet but my beloved fans? I am not your fan. Why do I feel as though I've stepped through a portal into an alternate reality unbound by the laws of logic? Thank you, a pack of 12 ninjas. I will put that towards Stealer's choice. Thank you. Really, Palpatrix? What is this, a mammoth? Where did it come from? Oh, that? When my father drove me to the earth, I found it buried in all the snow. He is still dancing. I say we burn it. I say we eat it! It's a little Lalafellan girl. That's not... No. Note the firm, muscular legs. Not unlike my own. 'Tis clearly a Lalafellan boy. Now that you mentioned, I suppose his features are rather masculine. You two can't possibly be serious. I am the very soul of seriousness, good sir. Especially in matters of deduction, this is undoubtedly a young boy who myself fell into a deep slumber upon being buried in the snow. Now then, let us gently wake him to ascertain his identity. That ought to do it. Yee. Why do they have two of these named Yee? What is this place? Who am I? Because it's not canon, Magister. And that's why, right there. Gigi. 'Tis not in all creation that cannot be repaired with a little tender love and care. Is that what you just did? Wait, I'm sorry, what? Master Zombibrand is alive and full of beans! How do you know that? I remember nothing. It would seem that although Father's ungentle ministration served to restore the boy to life, they robbed him of his memory. How did I get here? Who am I? Why can I not remember? Do not worry, young man. Everything will be all right. Take it from me. I've lost my memory more times than I can remember. Then you can help me to remember? Hearken to me, for I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, do hereby swear to solve the mystery of the amnesiac hobbledehoy. Wonderful, wonderful. I'll get started on a batch of Nashu's delights. As effective as your explosives were in the past, I suspect young Gigi lacks the hearty constitution required to survive such an approach. Gigi? Is that my name? No! When you awoke, you were muttering gee, 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 gee. I suspect the phrase may hold significance to you. Okay. But that's the sound all mammoths make. That's what I was about to say. When did I get teleported into this setting, get turned into an Inquisitor, and was made blonde for some reason? What kind of imbecile goes and names a mammoth Gigi anyways? Yeah, goldsmith chain. Gigi, I like this name. Thank you, kind sir, but how will this new name help me to remember who I am? Patience, Gigi, patience. Next, we will return to the city, see if we cannot find who you are. Come along. Godbert, you can put your clothes back on. Now that we know our overlord is safe and sound, I too will take my leave of you and return to my brothers. I dare say rigor mortis will set in if I remain any longer. Bound for Thamelin, allow me to accompany you. Julian will give me no end of trouble if I keep her waiting much longer. Though perhaps she will forgive me once I tell her of Hildy's return. This is rather a lot to digest, though you have the look of one accustomed to this. In any case, regardless of Mistress Nashu's protestations, the inspector will not be granted access to the capital until we can confirm he's not a heretic. You have my word he'll be treated fairly. So the only thing he knows how to do is to remove clothing? Oh no, it's the dummy, the armor dummy! My ancient nemesis from the crafter quests. Damn those crafter quests. I spit upon them with fire, vibe, fury. Blade Traval says, how would you regard an evil person who makes the world better by virtue of pushing those who oppose him in order to get better to overthrow him? I mean, a useful evil person, but they're still an evil person. This is still entirely on them. Like, see this right here? This is one of the most evil people in the entire game. And they're dead. And so now the setting is better for their death. So there you go. I suppose you've heard the news, then. Inspector Hildebrand was cleared of all suspicion and judged to be no more than an eccentric curiosity. If you're looking for him, good luck. I wanted to thank him for his cooperation, but as soon as the Temple Knights released him, he and his assistant ran off to God's nowhere with the mammoth in tow. As for my investigation, in spite of all the twists and turns, I managed to salvage a satisfactory result. As far as the Inquisition is concerned... Okay, I know I'm the Lich King, but I don't think I can kill people just by being near them. This isn't Bleach. As far as the Inquisition is concerned, the suspicious vagabond was not more than a zombie which wandered away from Dusk Vigil. Sickness which has been purged. So it would seem all is right in the world once again. For now, I have no doubt the Inspector will turn up again like a bad gill. When he does, trouble is sure to follow. Listen, I'm just saying... What? 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 You know what? I'm actually glad for that. I don't mean to sound negative. One of the things... So, let me get really boring for a second. As I've talked about many times, I've actually analyzed humor. And there is a formula and a math to humor. There's patterns and styles and approaches. And one of the most common trends is the more you wear out a joke, the worse it gets. I will use my favorite example of this and talk about the Tidus laughing mod for Final Fantasy X. It's funny. It's funny as hell. But there's a trail off, because it's a one-note joke, and so it just kind of goes down immediately. Even the 10 or so minutes I had it on had people complaining. Right? That's why we were only ever going to do that for a little bit, and then we turned it right back off. I said that walking into it. So, and yeah, and that note is, ha, ha, ha! So, you get the idea, though, right? And I bring this up because one of the biggest problems I had with Hildebrand 1, aka the one in ARR, was that it really was a little bit too much. It just kept dragging on and on and on and on. And it's not like it was necessarily bad, but they just kept hammering the same points over and over, and I got tired of it. And I think that's one of the reasons I was so down on it, both of the times I have done it now. Both times on stream, too. So let's see. This is already looking better, so let's see what we think of this in this one. Hey, Ben Wilmot. So, I pray this day finds you well, Lore, or at least better than it finds me. Seems I have no choice but to seek out the Inspector and convince him to surrender the mammoth to me. 'Twas unearthed under most suspicious circumstance, after all, and who could say what secrets, or heresy, it might hold. Therefore, the Inquisition must conduct a thorough inspection, and if must needs be, destroy it. Given his affinity for the contraption, I fear the Inspector may not be amenable to my request. Nevertheless, it must be made to see that it is in the interest of public safety. I don't know if I agree with that, but whatever. We will kill Vivi. I mean Mimi. I mean Gigi. That is true, Hazardous. And there's also some formula set. So the age-old pattern of killing Bragwin. It's rule of 3, right? The rule of 3 is a good, it's a good baseline. Obviously, it doesn't apply in all situations and in all ways, but it is nevertheless a very good way to tell whether or not you are pulling a joke too far or too little. Introduce, establish, and pay out. That's how that's usually said. Yep, I'm going the wrong way. And so if you have a joke that repeats 7 times, or 18 or 37, that's probably too much. Like Gigi. To the very pinnacle of the heavens. I don't think that's what this is. We can also go up from here. Isn't she adorable? But that would also apply here, Hazardous, because you'll notice they have shortened the length on these quests. Verily, we shall scour all creation, from the deepest pit of the 7 hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, for the answers we seek. Every day shall be filled with grand adventures, the stuff of fairy tales and legends. Huzzah, grand adventure in the deepest pit of the 7 hells. Is such so. Just so. Such is the creed of the Hildebrand. Agent, Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire. Get off my glove, thank you. Oh my god. That's... You're poisoning. You're poisoning Vivi, Hildebrand. I'm going to have to kill you. Not just because Vivi's awesome, but because I have a personal investment since I have voiced Vivi. In probably one of the most difficult voice acting roles I've ever done in my life. Which hopefully I did a good job of. Real quick, how many of you in chat know that I voiced Vivi and heard it? Just curious. Agreed, Rax. And I agree with the concept overall, too. No! Falmatrix. Well posed, Gigi. Damn it, Rax. I dare say you have the potential to be an exemplary inspector someday. Alright, that's enough of that. By virtue and authority vested in me in the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of the Hellenic... I demand that you surrender that mammoth of suspected heretical origin into my custody. Hello there, an Inspector Sire, ever the jester, accusing poor Gigi of being a clockwork heretic. But it's plain he's merely a precocious young lad. Oh, there you go again, confusing the poor girl, as if those big, beautiful, boxy eyes aren't the soul of femininity. Now, she please, were you not witness to the magnificent display of Mandervillian masculinity mere moments ago? That's because you haven't taught her any better. She needs a proper role model to show her what's what. Are you seriously arguing about its gender? Master Rudder? Inspector Sear, what's this commotion? We can hear you from the courtyard. Oh, Lord Ardmont, my sincerest apologies for the disturbance. I am come to seize this mammoth on behalf of the Inquisition, a fact which I clearly explained to the Inspector before you arrived. At which point they set to bickering about the contraption's gender. What say you, my lord? Do you think Gigi is a boy or a girl? 'Tis clearly a strapping young lad, no? Fury, take me not you. Has the whole world gone mad? Close your eyes and pretend it's all a bad dream. That's how I get along. I'm fine, but even supposing Gigi is a real boy, you cannot deny the circumstances of his discovery and miraculous resuscitation were most unusual. He cannot be suffered to roam the city with impunity until the Inquisition has determined he's not a threat. I beg your pardon. Miraculous resuscitation. Yeah. Robots can be girls, too. Haven't you played Wildstar? I see. Until such a time as Gigi recovers his memory, mayhap it would be best if you adopted him as ward of House Manderville. I will stand as his witness, if you wish. Why is she always sleeping? Adopt. That would make me Gigi's father. Can't even. You're right, Sea-Star, you're right. I have a sworn duty to carry this burden. Doubtless, the Inquisition would think better of taking any action which might threaten the cordial relationship between our two houses. Yes, of course, I'll do it. I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinary, do grant this child the patronage of House Manderville. Papa Hildy, Papa Hildy! The Inspector's finally become a father. It's so beautiful. Now that you no longer need fear the Inquisition, you are free to show Gigi more of our fair city. I strongly encourage you to do so. Mayhap by the grace of the Fury, something will jog his memory. Thank you, Lord Edmond. I will not forget this kindness. Come, my faithful assistant, my beloved son, we must away. Oh, Helone, I would not presume to question your grand design, but... Ah! Well, maybe I cannot detain the mammoth, but I am within my rights to observe the blasted thing. Slash pow. God, the whole world's gone mad around me. Ugh. Lord Godbert will be pleased to hear his son is as hale and healthy as ever. Not that I would presume to meddle on another father's behalf, and certainly not without consent. Well, I lasted 1 hour and then 4 hours because I didn't actually mention it after that, Primarch. So I only screwed up once. I feel like I should go this way for some reason. I'm not sure why. It's a vague inclination. Oh, yeah, there I don't have to go that way anymore. We're free. I was talking about overworld zone design, and of all the MMOs out there, the MMO which shall not be named is the one that is the best fit for comparing to this one, because most MMOs just approach overworld design substantially differently. But I found another MMO to compare it to, which is Guild Wars 2. Wait, I'm sorry, what? How long must I stand around waiting for the mammoth to do something passably heretical? Come now, Kiki, surely gazing at this wondrous work of Ashgardian architecture stirs something in your soul. The grand manner of House Durin Tempsarte. Pray do not fill the mammoth's head with such nonsense. This is the supreme sacred tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory doctrine. I should know. I work there. Furthermore, I am quite certain there is no House Durin Tempsarte. That's rather ludicrous portmanteau of the 4 high houses, including the esteemed house, which but recently stood as witness to your adoption. Well, Gigi, do you remember anything? Nothing. I say, rather than parading him before the grandiose, why not give him a taste of something more prosaic? Let's hit the holy stables. It does look kind of like... Anyways. I like to think that as we're going through this quest, I'm just rolling will saves in the background to maintain my sanity. Patience, patience. A watched heretic never sins. Not sure I agree with that one. So if I wanted hair that color, I'd have to eat plums, val fruits, and pineapples. How many of you have actually done chocobo breeding in this game? You'll notice I am not raising my hand on that one. Or chocobo raising, or God, whatever you want to call it in this one. Readering? I don't know. Splendid specimens of horse bird flesh, would you not agree? In the hands of a skilled jockey. Any one of them could take first place at the saucer. These chocobos are the pride of the Ashgardian cavalry, and any temple knight who dared exploit them for personal gain would answer the Fury herself. How about now, geek? What's with that camera? Do you remember anything about Ishgard? Be sure to sniff the chocobos, it might help. It didn't. You know, just because you found him in a Kurthan snowbank doesn't mean he hails from Ishgard. Which is why we ought to take him all over the markets and expose him to all manner of goods from his origin. Excellent suggestion, Inquisitor. Yeah, thanks for the help, Inquisitor. Wait, now I am complicit in this farce? Oh. Yes, you are now complicit. Welcome to hell! Your next step will be to go to the fricking churning mists. I want one, I want one. Buy me a chocobo. Oh my god, it's that brat from FF6. Ho, 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 there's nothing I can't buy. Father, that strange-looking thing is staring at us. Gee, gee, gee. Am I that strange-looking? Well, no, honestly. Yep, he's gonna want an imp mammoth and a model airship mammoth. I feel something calling me to the chocobos. Demanding that I do chocobo raiding. Gotta get a red chocobo. Don't worry. What's funny is I want to show off the Red Chocobo in Boja, because it's a hysterically horrific fight. But one way or another, we will show off at least one Red Chocobo in Evilly, so no worries on that. What the heck is that hat? My sister actually has, like, that hat. It's too small, and you have a little band to keep it in place, and you kind of wear it to the side, just like that. In real life. I mean, she makes it look adorable. I need to get a picture with my niece on it sometime. Why bother? It's no use. Ah, now, Gigi. You must not give in to despair so easily. Did I not promise your days filled with grand adventures and the eventual discovery of your mislaid memories? Spirits, Gigi, spirits! My word, a vase flung to the ground with reckless abandon. Could this be the opening salvo of an indiscriminate campaign of vandalism? One waged by your wild gesticulations, perhaps. At least look before you strike a pose. God knows how much that vase cost. 123,504,000 gil at last assessment. It was over 700 years old and graced by the homes of a dozen archbishops, 8 counts, 2 lord commanders, and 1 duke. 100 million gil! Oh, Helone, why have you forsaken me? He knows mend. He knows mend. I don't think mend even existed in this setting. I've never even seen that much skill in this game. Most I've ever seen is about the 6 million mark, which was right before the start of this run. I have since dragged myself back down to this amount, and that's after Valerian actually dumped another 3 million on me in order to help fund the crafter quests. Divine intervention by the Fury. Did I do that? Gigi, my boy, that was marvelous. You're a born artisan, just like father. Papa Hildy's papa? Your grandpa Gopper, the man who woke you up with a few gentle taps on the noggin. You wouldn't believe what else he can do with that hammer of his. Why, some folk will say he wields the very powers of life and death. Once he and the missus come back from their tour of the Western Highlands, I'm sure they'd love to see that trick of yours. Do not demean this mammoth's power with a mere parlor trick. We just witnessed a miracle. I demand you all acknowledge it. This mammoth. Sir, 100 million gil for the mammoth. 100 million gil and the Duke's priceless face. A word, is this what passes for trade? Gigi is my flesh and blood. I will not sell him at any price. Please, Papa Hildy, no more. I know you mean well, but we cannot deny the truth any longer. I am a mammoth. Gigi, what's gotten into you? You're my son. You're a Manderville man. Listen to your papa, Gigi. You're a Manderville girl, though. Stop it. Both of you. You are not my papa or my mama. Okay, so ideal situation. He sells the mammoth, retires, leaves the game. I kill the guy, that guy, the merchant, and rescue Vivi, and he joins my party forever. All in favor? The unmistakable scent of... well, not heresy. Whatever. The mammoth's power cannot be fallen into the wrong hands. Listen, I could just, I could just steal it from the merchant, but it's so much cleaner if you murder them first. It's easier to steal from someone when they're dead. It's only to be expected. Gigi is at a rebellious age. Strange as it may sound, I too tested my parents' patience. And that on more than one occasion. But if they could weather the storm, then so can I. We've got to figure out what's got him thinking he's a mammoth. But he is a mammoth! How could you... Oh, whatever. The course of fatherhood never did run smooth, but I, Hildebrand, guardian of Gigi, doting parent extraordinaire, shall find a way to overcome this trial and be reconciled with my beloved son. That's the spirit. Solving a simple case of childhood rebellion should be easy for a man who's unmasked thief, defeated duelist, and led armies of the dead. Didn't I do the defeating of Gilgamesh? I mean, Greg? Yes, that's all very... Wait, what was that about undead? Actually, don't tell me. For now, all that matters is finding the mammoth. We should begin by speaking with the sentries. If Fury helps us, he's left Ishgard. We need to know about it sooner rather than later. I will visit the Ark of the Worthy, while the inspector and his assistant head to the airship landing. You can question the guard at the gate about the manufacturer, after which we will regroup and share our findings. Dismissed! It's cute how you think you're in charge here. I'll allow it. You know, it's just trying to add some stability to this nightmare. You know, 2 times in a day, someone just dying at my feet is... Honestly, that's just a Tuesday. This is starting to make me suspect something's going on, though. 3? I mean... What the... And now someone's going into the desk. Yeah, this is, I'm gonna go this way now. Nope, I didn't hear a 4th corpse falling over. We're cool. We're cool. You can't trick me to talk about Warcraft. It's not happening. There you go. Yep, I'm a benign carrier for blood rot or whatever. It's okay. They're all just falling to death at my feet. As they should! As they all should! And then, I'll never again have to watch them die. Because they'll be dead before I even get there. Excuse me, can you tell me if you've seen a mammoth around here? Little fellow, wide-brimmed hat? Yeah, he came through here. Bought passage on a supply ship for a thing. Lalafels, right? Funny little bugger. Seemed keen to be anywhere but here. Well then, if Gigi left the city, it's not by the main gates. And the sentries have seen no one. But! I found him! Huron Rax. Wheresoever Gigi goes, I will follow him and find him and embrace him as my son once more. However, I surmise our final destination lies far beyond the walls of said outpost. Indeed, there's but one reason he would return to those frozen wastes. To frolic in the snow and cast his worries to the wind. Really? He seemed in no mood to frolic when I saw him. As I recall, he used his arcane powers to mend a vase, only to become morose and belligerent when it became clear he was in fact a mammoth. One might even say he remembered what he was, remembered his purpose, and so he returned to Western Kurthus, the famous breeding ground for heresy! Home to his heretic masters, to share with them the intelligence he'd gathered to the city. Ah, yes, at long last, the undeniable, unquestionable, unmistakable scent of heresy. Inspector, I'm starting to think Inquisitor Seer might not think very highly of our little girl. It is possible, but I would not presume to know his feelings ere he voiced them explicitly. Do you have just cotton candy in your ears? Is that what this is? Okay, that's... too many people are dying next to me. I'm having... This is really starting to creep me out a little bit. Thankfully, Bragwin, you're still with me. My one true love. At long last. You and your shark. Why do you have a shark, Bragwin? Alright, no. Deal's off. Consider us revoked. So Zactaf says, hang on, that's hard to read. Give me a second. Damn it, Reggie. No. Anything but a sub. Even her footprints are adorable. They look like they were made by one of our clockwork minions. I knew it. The mammoth immediately left the outpost and looks to have headed north of the road. By the Fury, I cannot wait to catch him in the company of heretics. I like your tone, Inquisitor. If our baby girl ran a full of heretics, she'd look him the square in the eye and tell him she doesn't want any. Hey, Inspector, I think I just had one of those moments, you know, of insight. Maybe Gigi came out here to find Lord Godbert. I mean, I did tell her grandpa might like to see that trick of hers. Brilliant deduction! He must be eager to meet his grandparents. The self-same ones he renounced when he declared you were not his father. What a fine young gentleman to explore his heritage. Do you just not listen to anything that ever happens ever? There's... You... What am I listening to? Oh, it's the chocobo. Okay. Thank you, Reggie. Unfortunately, I do need you to clarify, because there are 2 games on the list right now, which are both named 13. So if you would clarify, please, I would appreciate it. And if not, then I'll kill you. By standing next to you. I just have that effect on people. I'm standing here and then, you know. That would be the worst superpower. In fact, there's actually an X-Men comic which covers that exact superpower, and it is exactly as horrible as it sounds. Are they... They are. Okay. The mammoth lies motionless in the snow, fragments of ice stuck to its cap, suggesting the impact of something small and round traveling at high speed. I can't imagine what that would be. $13 for switch. Hang on. Okay, 13 switch. Got it. We'll call it 13 switch. Whatever that is. And thank you for a full year of support, Reggie. Welcome to the Year Club, by the way. And I will put that bonus anniversary sub towards that. My head. Oh, it's you. You followed me. Oh, Gigi, if you wanted to have a snowball fight with your grandparents, you should have said so earlier. Papa Hildy was very worried, though he's glad to see you're unharmed. It would seem he was struck by a snowball, much like the Steinbocks. The dead Steinbocks. Are you sure he isn't damaged? As if a mere blow to the head could fell our Gigi! We Mandervilles are made of sterner stuff. I myself have driven headfirst into the earth on no less than 24 occasions, several times from malms above, and my mind is no less brilliant for the experience. You know, it would explain a lot, wouldn't it? I expect the Earth was no less brilliant for the experience either. Why are you... Are you nodding? Oh, he's right behind me, isn't he? Good fortune to cross paths with you lot so far from civilization. Forgive me for not taking notice earlier. I was engrossed in my duel with Julian, but how rude of me. Would you care to join us? Grandpa Godbert. Grandpa Godbert. Mama Nashu says you wield the power of life and death. I beg of you, Grandpa Godbert, grant me life. Make me a real boy. Are you sure about this, son? It may sting a little. Oh, so you can just do this. I will endure whatever I must to become a real boy. God damn it. He's backing up this time. Let us begin. What? My body. It's everything I ever wanted. It's perfect. Thank you, Grandpa Goppert. Thank you. I was gonna say, now he's a Lalafell. Oh, but I have not even begun to begin. Bayergott, guide my hammer. Did he just Omni Slash? Gigi. I guess that's Octo Slash, but whatever. What? How? But... And... But... Okay, rebooted. Gigi, my son, come to your father. Let me have a look at you. What? What do you want to put those towards, Ross? And I hate Archer because he's a bad character. Except when he's not. Which is pretty rare, actually. Janeway's a better character more often than Archer's a good character. Or is it... Janeway's a good character more often than Archer's a good character. There we go. That's a better way to phrase that. And I'm not just saying that to placate you. I actually think that. Edith Finch, you got it. Wait, what? What's happening? Why is... What is he doing? Why? I'm very confused by everything that's happening here. Also, I hate to point this out, but Gigi doesn't have a dance belt. If you don't know what that is, don't worry about it. I've decided I hate everything. I'm going to destroy this whole planet. Papa Hildy, oh dear, who could have done such a thing? Oh my god, he's inherited his brain, too. Wait, what? By the Fury, it's like the vase all over again, miraculously restored to its original form. Mend. For those of you not aware, there is an actual spell. It varies a little bit, but in the lore, the way Mend is supposed to work is it actually restores a physical object, a non-living object specifically, back to its original state, which is usually within a few hours of prior to where it was. There's actually a whole lot of complexity that goes into it, and there's some ways you can really mess with that to do some really creative and inventive stuff. Like, let's say someone's eaten something, and you could cast Mend on the thing they ate, and it can shred their insides. All sorts of fun stuff like that. Anyways, the point being, that's how that works. It is a restoration. But how can I ever be accepted as your son if I remain a mammoth? But you are my son. Is that what's been troubling you? Why didn't you say so? Oh, for goodness sakes. Manderville is more than flesh and bone. He is vigor, compassion, honor, a gentleman for all seasons. Be you man or machine, it makes no difference. If they call you a mammoth, you look in look him in the eye and say, nay, I am a Manderville mammoth. Then do this. Okay, I'll admit that is absolutely adorable. You mean he isn't Klingon, Mr. Red? Now look at his dad. Mother, father, forgive me for not having consulted you earlier, but circumstances forced my hand. I have formally adopted Gigi as my son and ward of House Manderville. Yeah, gods, I knew he was fond of the mammoth, but you hear that, woman? Our son's got himself a son. Grandpa Godbert, Grandpa Godbert. Why isn't Julianne talking? Oh, they probably couldn't get the voice actress back. It all makes sense now. Grandpapa Godbert and Grandmama Julian. I've been waiting years to hear those words. Few things in life are grander than becoming a grandparent. Ha 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 ha. 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 Let's, Why? What's so bloody grand about it? What? Apparently she gave in to the inner rage, or beast, or whatever. You don't have to... I'll not be made grandmother to a bloody muggering mammoth! It's past time I beat some sense into my beloved boy. Fury, take man, her tales of the Dark Knights, but... No, it couldn't be. I think it was something worse. Heretical, like as not, but rules be damned, I'm not risking my life to find out. Yeah, that's just... Just don't even worry about it. Just don't. Uh-oh, I've been poisoned! They're mad, utterly mad, the whole lot of them. How their house could rise to such prominence, I'll never understand. At least the mammoth seems to have overcome its existential crisis. Or today, I didn't know a mammoth could have an existential crisis. What am I saying? It's a mammoth! Why do I care what it claims to think or feel? Ugh! It's dumb! Their idiocy is infectious. I mustn't allow myself to fall prey at it. Follow procedure. Respect your superior. One step at a time. One step at a time. Go forth, my young lord. Uh-oh. But the evil ones look onwards. With pure evilness in their evil ways. More poison. I must escape the poison. It's the only way. How are you targeting Gigi? I don't even see Gigi here. Oh, never mind. There they are. Tim does ask, in brief, have you ever attended a wedding in FF14? No, and I never will. Right then, my superiors, having been informed by the mammoth's adoption by House Manderville, as witnessed by House Fortem, proceed to take me to task for my gross mishandling of the situation. They remain convinced the mammoth is the product of heretical machinations and have commanded to me to redouble my efforts to prove this incontrovertible fact. That may be problematic, as Gigi seems to have forsaken his quest to recover his memories and thrown himself wholly into his new life as a Manderville mammoth, casting about for any hint of a case alongside his doting father. In any event, though I do not share my superior's conviction, I think it's safe to say there's something exceedingly unusual about that mammoth. You saw with your own eyes how effortlessly it restored the face and itself to its original form. Reconstructive magics are not particularly rare, but his are unlike any I've seen before. I wouldn't worry about it. Truthfully, no. I legitimately do not, Mr. Red. What's with the... I can't remember what they're even called. The Monoblins or whatever? spiky tentacle things. Nice. Episode 3. Coblin. That's it. Moblin, Coblin. What's the difference? Oh my god! I can fix this. I can fix this. Hang on. Give me a second here. I need a tar. Okay, fine. Perfect. Okay, fixed. That you stand before me is proof that Helone smiles upon us to this day. I have need of your assistance, and before you think to run away screaming in terror, I pray hear me out. It concerns the esteemed and now presumed dead Knights of the Heaven's Ward. None have returned to the capital since the unpleasantness began. Yeah, I kind of killed them all in their stupid faces. Yet recently we've heard rumors of these honored sirs walking on the streets. I'm sorry, what? 'Tis heresy most foul, and I mean to get to the bottom of it. But we would need all the help we can get. Oh, hi, Gigi. And which means, fury take me, we could benefit from a certain individual's serendipity. Besides, if we don't seek him out, he'll like to show up at the worst possible time anyway. At least this way we'll be on terms with him, and we can keep an eye on the boy. Mammoth! Mammoth! Ugh! You must be wondering why I asked you to come. Well, you and the inspector seem to enjoy natural rapport. I'm not even there in the cutscenes. Like, I'm just in the background watching. Very much on purpose. I'm just here. Don't mind me. Is there a raid or a dungeon at the end of this one, by the way? Does anybody know? Because I know there's one at some point, but I think that's the Stormblood one. Yeah, can't wait for the Zombies Heaven's Ward. That's joy right there. Ugh. Okay, just in Stormblood. Hi, Gigi. But why, Papa Hildy? Little Gigi's been a very naughty girl. The Hell's Ward. Because, Gigi, such behavior is unbecoming a gentleman. But why is it unbecoming a gentleman? Ah, Inquisitor Seer. Good morrow to you both. Are you come as adoring fans or on business? Business. Always business, you may rest assured. Then I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinary, I'm at your service. Robbery? Murder? Tax evasion? Evasion? Wait, before we get into that, what's going on here? Much as it pains me to admit, my beloved Gigi, the apple of my eye, the fruit of my loins. Neither of those are true. Attempted to deface this lovely gazebo. Naturally, as his father, it falls to me to see him return to the straight and narrow. That's not true. I was drawing a family crest for our home. Okay, that's adorable. Now, Gigi, I know you're fond of this gazebo, as are we all, but it belongs to Lord Edmund. You would want to steal from Uncle Edmund, would you? I guess not. Where's our gazebo, Papa Hildy? And does it have a warm stove with a steaming kettle, too? Oh, Gigi, don't you see? We have no need of kettles or gazebos. As gentlemen expectors, the world is our oyster. We can go whither we please, and where the red fern grows or the wild rose blooms. When I do a proper remake of Final Fantasy II, I promise I will put Hildibrand in it. You've been sleeping in Lord Edmund's gazebo for how long? I don't care about wild roses. I want to live in a gazebo with Papa Hildy and Mama Nashu. Gazebos are quite expensive and dangerous if not domesticated. Dangerous indeed, my boy. Besides, we are gentlemen inspectors free to travel the length and breadth of yours in search of a case. Does that not sound more thrilling than whittling away the hours beneath a gazebo? I guess. Translation: no. If it's a case you want... Yeah, yacht attack. We are currently investigating reports of individuals masquerading as Knights of the Heaven's Ward. These contemptible charlatans are rumored to have tricked several hapless maidens into attending private parties for a small fee with the promise of enjoying the company of these great sirs. What? Those who were foolish enough to attend found their experience to be so traumatizing, they have refused to discuss them in detail. Okay, that could be extraordinarily dark. Needless to say, your assistance in this matter would be greatly appreciated, and for it you will receive due compensation. Say no more, I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, am well versed in the ways of the fairer sex. Since when? Mummy! Mother dearest, I was under the impression you had departed for Ul'dah. And leave my beloved boy to play on at being inspector as well as a father to a bloody mammoth? Bugger that, you're coming home right this instant. How can you say such things? It's my life calling to be an inspector, and Gigi's my son, is a Manderville man. Grand as it is to see you, you've come at a most inopportune time. The young women of Ishgard are in need of a champion to defend them from fiends most foul. Come, Nashu. We shall demonstrate my mother our peerless investigative skills and bring these criminals to justice. False balls, he's stubborn. Probably gets it from his sorry arse of a father. I trust you lot to keep him out of trouble, right? Ma'am, if he hasn't died by now, I don't think anything on this planet can kill him. Really? I can picture Bahamut going like, ah, why are you still alive? What is going on here? Alright, I need to investigate women! But that's Mr. Red. But I'll investigate Zed Slayer. Zed Slayer, I demand to know everything! Okay, that's not what I was going for, but thank you very much for the kind words. I now need to go immediately kill myself. Please forgive me. Listen, you may think many evil things of me, Zed Slayer, but I'm not a homewrecker. Not anymore. Alright. Please, do you think me so foolish as to fall for their charade? From what I heard from the others. Said knights bore not even the slightest resemblance to those of the Heavens Ward. As if I'd not already memorized every detail of my beloved's face. Oh, where could he be? I may have murdered him in his stupid face. Oh, it was so fun, too. I truly am outside her grace. My allowance all gone to waste on those... Ugh, I dare not say it. Mayhap those awful rumors are true. Mayhap I needs accept that he now walks alone. Yeah, I killed him. I killed him. I killed him! Why won't you let me admit this? I brutally, horrifically killed all of them! Who needs a gazebo? I do. Oh, we'll get you a gazebo. Don't you worry. It was so satisfying, classic game lover. I crushed them like a bug! Well, item level synced. I demand satisfaction. Well, that's what Mr. Red over there is for. Swift and terrible vengeance. Oh, that's what Zed Slayer's for. How dare they prey on a lady's emotions to line their pockets with gil? If Sir Charibert was here, which he's not, because he's dead, he'd purged a lot of them like the festering sickness they are. Ah, yes, a pity he too remains missing. Such a pity. I have to talk to Nashu over here. If the knights aren't supposed to, you know, have sex, then why are they so popular with the ladies? You literally just answered your own question, Nashu. Yeah, they're missing. Yeah. Papa Hildy, that grandmama over there is staring at us. Oh, Gigi. A gentleman must be more careful with his words. First of all, you have only one grandmother. Second, this is tremendously important. Never, ever call her that. At least not yet. Promise? Yes, Father, I promise not to call Grandmama Julian a Grandmama Julian. Greetings, milady. Oh, aren't you a charmer? There, I was thinking I might have to rip your bloody hair off if you said the G word one more time. Like that, Papa Hildy? My faithful assistants, have you gleaned any new information? God, that was so satisfying. I like to think that I broke out into song like it was a Disney film. I murdered their face and I ripped out their spine. Huzzah! Huzzah! I crushed him. Oh. Other than the fact that these women scorn seem to detest the fake knights with every fiber of their being, these two women are telling me all about what they do if they cornered Sir... Is that the best you can do? Bloody oaths and girlish fantasies, and you call yourself a Manderville man. I assure you, Mother, we're only just getting started. The tapestry of lies and deception behind which the truth hides is oft unraveled with the tug of a single loose thread. Which is over there. I say, young lady, I would beg but a moment of your time. Somehow I doubt the young lady was targeted by the charlatans we seek. It's true, I too was taken in by false promises of those awful, awful men. I mean, I'd have sex with her. Long have I yearned for a chance to meet Sir Veguin, so when they said I could finally I didn't hesitate for a moment. When they escorted me into the manor and undid the blindfold, I looked at the hideous faces of those so-called Grand Sirs, screamed and fled. They were gone when I returned with the watch, but the neighbors said they had overheard them speaking about seeking shelter in a place called Idyllshire. I know it's not much, but I pray this information helps you in your search. I mean, she's got nice fashion sense, Kiko. I can't even say that. My lady, I swear to you here and now, I, Hildebrand, etc., shall not rest until these dastardly fiends are punished with foul crimes. I'm drying up. Ah, huzzah! 3 cheers for Papa Hildy. Hip, hip, hurrah! Hip, hip, hurrah! Hip, hip, hurrah! And there you have it. Our quarry can be found in Idyllshire. Come, my loyal assistants. Justice waits for no gentleman. Yeah, but I've never heard of Idyllshire. Have you? Yeah, I was just doing some really terrible quests there. Oh, go ahead, Braywin. You might as well. We're off the map. Here there be dragons. And there they are. There's the dragons right now. One of them just died. God, that would just be the worst superpower. Hi, honey. Thunk! Oh. Right. Where is... by the way, the name of this quest is A Gazebo to Call Our Own. Oh my god, Bragwin. You know, I'm going to challenge Bragwin's joke with a terrible one of my own. You ready for this? Guy goes into a bar. I stole this, by the way. Guy goes into a bar and says, hey, do you have any helicopter-flavored chips? That guy says, no, we only have plain. A waifu? Yes, Yazael was the one true love for me. I got a smirk. That's all I need right there. One smirk. Can I keep one? I promise I'll walk him and feed him foot fresh herbs in his mask every day. You don't own goblins. You don't know who's Yazael? Oh, well, she's dead. She died at the end of the MSQ. A harrowing journey during which I felt I would die horribly or at least be forced to part ways with precious bits. Yeah, this is a long, terrifying journey, but I just teleported here, so, you know. Truly, this magnificent settlement is a testament to the hard work and camaraderie of her Uplander and Gobby citizens. Yes, well, I'm just glad we're no longer being pursued by fire-breathing dragons, musket-wielding crabs, or bomb-throwing goblins. You know, the other ones. But they were no match for Lady Julian and the pan of hers, am I right? I want to see her make the bad gobbies fly again. God's sakes, Hildy! Except in lore, this lot would be dead in a ditch somewhere if it wasn't for me. Nonsense. I would never let harm come to my loyal assistant or my beloved son. I mean, I hear some people argue that FF14 is an anime, so... I'm also joking. That's the joke. Is that it's Yazael and she's dead, so now you can't say... You can't ship me. You can't ship my character either with any of the people in this game. Because Now then, let's split up the question of and question the good people of Idyllshire. My keen inspector sense tells me that one of them has knowledge of the false knights we seek. You know, Zedslayer is continuing to try to music bomb me? Is that a thing? Oh, I think I just hit a bump there. Sorry, I'm not sure what that was. That's true, Yazael could come back. And we do know I am the Lord of the Dead. Yes, loud jocks knows of grand sirs. Sneaky uplanders keep to selves. Mingle not with gobby flock, but to each their own, Louisois says. No questions, only... Oh yeah, by the way, this thing is loud jocks, so just... Yeah, that's... Now I'm oh my god! That's just terrifying there. Hooray for everything! How blessed these goblins and treasure hunters and adventurers must feel to have the freedom to pursue their dreams and live as they see fit. Yeah, I like to have the freedom to have indoor plumbing, personally. I'll take that. What in God's name is that outfit? It's just a frickin' tank top and like... It's not jeans, it's like khakis. Why are khakis and a tank top in this game? Well, you must be talking about them grand sirs. They drifted into Idyllshire some time ago, as I recall. Pay visit to the Great Library. Uh-oh. Great Google Library. Okay, so this doesn't count about referencing WoW, okay? This doesn't count. So in reaction to Aspros's question, I find it funny that the jailer gets more characterization in his death scene than the entire rest of the expansion combined. That's not a joke. I mean that. Okay, we're going back to not referencing WoW. It really isn't a joke. It really is true. Oh, I know all about Grand Sirs. They keep to themselves in that building of theirs. South around spot. Best watch out, though. They're a dangerous bunch. It's entirely possible I've gone completely and utterly mad, but are you perchance the long-lost twin of an Ishgardian noblewoman? What? Look behind you! Why do I feel like that's not the last I've seen of that old woman? Not quite that direction, Regibrock. It's more like... In narrative construction, there's a lot of ways to hook you into being interested in a character. One of the ways is to visually demonstrate something unique or unusual about the character. And another way is to demonstrate that there's more going on than you think. Usually that's the sort of thing you do towards the beginning of a character's arc, sometimes in the middle of a character's arc. It's really rare to do it at the end of a character's arc because it usually works the worst. And it's almost always done as a cheap to be continued, which is how it's done here, by the way. So, that sucks. That cinematic's legit, Aspros. Could be better, don't mistake me, but what's there is almost perfect. It's almost exactly what I would have done if I was the creator in charge. If only we had testimony of a concerned citizen which would conveniently direct us to the villain's precise location. Hey, I've got a testimony that will conveniently lead us to the precise location of the villain's... Hold up. Grand Sirs are holed up in a building to the south of markets. Good show, lore. I don't know if I say I like what she said, because her dialogue wasn't the point of that scene, if that makes any sense. Describe FF4's narrative without using bad? Disjointed story sequencing. It's actually one of the first games I gave a story sequencing negative to. Would seem no one is at home. There's naught we can do but wait, then. Or, I just want to say I really like this place. I think, whoa! Too fast. I think that you and me and Mama Nashu could have tons of exciting adventures if we stay here. You may be right, Geeky. This community seems to have fostered an enlightened, free society welcoming of honest souls willing to work and contribute to the greater whole. Did anyone happen to see a gazebo on the way in? As I live in Hildebrand, Heliodor, Maximilian Manderville. Could that be? Slow fix coin toss? You know this Gabi, Inspector? I most certainly do. Master Slowfix was my very first employer. When traveling through Thanalin long ago, Gabi flock was waylaid by Uplander bandits. With no jingly shine to pay brass blades, we had no way to backtake goods. Until we make busy deal with Gentleman Uplander, that is. With fastness he finds Uplander bandits and brings much bangy boom. Returns to goodly Gabi's missing goods and great justice. Henceforth Slowfix gained no appreciation for Uplanders. But for chance encounter with Gentleman Uplander, he never conceives of egalitarian utopia. Hildy is a founding father of Idyllshire. Oh, the memories. It was a near thing, for the bandits were clever enough to see through my ingenious disguise of an innocent milkmaid. I can't imagine why. But in my haste to escape, I tripped over a barrel of fire sand, and as they say, boom, Gabi do. Core, no busy works. Busy deals for the wicked. No busy deals indeed. But, leaving that delightful anecdote aside, ye gods, Master Slowfix, just looking at you and your flock have made in these ruins is making me big eyes. Gabi flock has come a long way since wandering days, but we have not forgotten Gentleman Uplander's kindness. Slowfix is here to offer hand-lending. Well, far be it for me to refuse. My son Gigi has grown quite fond of your magnificent city, and so I should like to stay here with him, and my assistant, for a time. We would not require much in the way of accommodations. A humble gazebo would more than suffice. Why settle for gazebo in perfectly good estate right behind you? Residents in building are in arrears, and Slowfix happy to evict them. But we are pursuing fiends who lived unsuspicious of defrauding young women. Fraud? This he will not abide! All the more reason to let Gentleman Uplander and his flock stay instead of Grand Seers. No need for jingle shine. You're offering us to stay here rent-free. A giant gazebo. Yes, that's what this is. It's a giant gazebo. It even has things like walls. No need for the teary-eyed tongue flaps. Gabi flock is possessed of moral obligation to repay Gentleman Uplander for past generosity. Enjoy new gazebo, and good luck with hunt for Grand Sirs. Papa Hildy, since this is our gazebo, is it okay if I draw our family crest on it? Abso-frickety-lootly. Oh, sorry, I was supposed to let you say that, Hildebrand. He's gotten himself a son gazebo? Bloody hells, if he really thinks I'm going to let him keep on playing at being a father. Ignore that monstrosity over there. It's cool, it's fine. Everything's cool. What? Why are we just kind of... And why is she just sort of... And why is that our crest? Okay, that's adorable. Where are these people? Still no sign of the notorious Grand Sirs. I dare say we're going to need more paint. But it's okay, because the true value of this quest has come to fruition. We have added the most adorable thing to Idyllshire, henceforth. It's a shame I'm not going to be coming back here anymore. But at least it's there. Yep, that's where I thought. In fact, let's just, there we go. Ignore that thing over to the right there. Just focus on that. Alright. Gigi's so talented, just like her grandpa. I do not. Giga Pudding. I actually don't even remember how they work exactly, and I don't care. Even supposing I were to turn a blind eye to his shenanigans, this is no place to raise a child! Ma'am, this is one of the nicest places in the freaking planet. Whap! How do you like my family crest? Oh, maybe I should have painted Grandpa Gomer and Milady Julia. Much as it pains me to admit it, a gentleman's stamina is not without limits. I dare say I could do with a spot of tea. Hey, Inspector, is it just me or those two been looking at us for the past few minutes? Oh no, it's the evil ones from the last thing, and probably the first thing. Oh, it is quite normal behavior for my adoring fans, I should think. When finally presented with an opportunity to meet their idol in the flesh, ultimately succumb to fear and flee. Or maybe, just maybe, they're the Grand Bloody Sirs. Come on! They're getting away. I like how everyone runs except for me. I just walk. Oh, and her. The two people who are combat capable in this group are the ones who are walking. That feels appropriate for some reason. Where they go? Okay. Of course, we all know I would actually get on my mount. Of course I would. Yeah, exactly, Pillars. It's like, okay. I mean, we've got nothing to be afraid of here. Curious take, I haven't run like that since Sir Cherubert chased me up and down the steps, branding his flaming... Wait, where's Gigi? And why was he chasing you? Spare the flaming rod, spoil the milksop. Hey! What could those two have gotten off to? Hearken to me, you dastardly rapscallions. You have nowhere to run. Reveal yourselves at once. By the way, we have a pretty severe thunderstorm going on here right now, so if I go offline, that's why. I shall not ask you again. Come forth, grand sirs. Name yourselves and answer for your misdeeds. What? Lair of 1,000 worms, the silver spear which hath pierced the very heavens, Orland! Master of magics, ancient and awesome, the divine hand which defeated all maladies save senescence and incontinence. Oh my, senescence, excuse me, and incontinence. Gonspart. I need to kill these people. I don't know where to laugh or cry. I have both. Grandsires, grandsirs, you stand accused of willfully and unlawfully convincing young maidens of Ishgard to attend private parties under false pretenses, thereby inflicting upon them terrible financial and emotional distress. I, Hildebrand, etc., am come on behalf of these poor defenseless innocents to see that no others are made to suffer as they did. Now lay down your arms and surrender yourselves to my custody. The audacity of this boy, you should be ashamed of your words and deeds. No, this isn't Metal Gear Solid 5. New shoe. You will rue this day, and rue it hard! That's not how... You overjumped a little. That's how I missed this. The air streaming past, the blood pumping, the taste of copper on my lips, the slight dizziness. It was on a day like this we met, wasn't it? When we soared into those azure skies, we never truly came back down. Do you mind deceive me? Pig's knee of my heart, descended from Helone's halls to guide me to her bosom? My beloved, my everything. Long have I waited for this moment. Take me in your arms once more and lift me higher. 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 What? What? Oh, there he is. Okay, we're cool. We're cool. He's, He dead. Alas, poor Orland. I knew him not in the slightest, but he seemed a decent man. Chicanery and attempted murder notwithstanding. Yeah. Sure. Why are you giving us a flashback? Oh, this is what actually happened. How are you staying in the air with, okay. Yep, he died in the air. He died in the middle of the jump. I really wish Rax was here for this so I could just rag on him for being a Dragoon. Dragoons out there, be warned! I've seen this before, all too recently. He's only mostly dead. If the Master of Magic's ancient and awesome here acts with all haste, the man may yet be saved. Yeah, those hearted stacks, they're just, whew. Yes, you moron! Oh my god. Oh, you're referring to me! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I'm not gonna murder people. I'm on the patch. I'm on the patch. I'm trying to cut down on my murder spreeing. I've finished the Dark Knight quest chain. I can do this. Oh, mournful creation, send me unto a creature of the abyss that my thrall to command, that I might smite. No, wait, that's not it. Something of a less controversial tree. Yes, something more pep. A vortex of biting winds to rend the flesh and smite my foes. You, I thought you were friends. Oh, for God's sakes. Hey, he's alive! It worked. Ain't ready to bug him with a bleeding Gelbog. My back! My back! Should seem I've underestimated you lot. That makes two of us? What? Enough! Leave them be, or do you not care what becomes of the Mammoth? No! Not Gigi or Vivi or whatever stupid name is. All of a sudden we're playing Kirby. Once if you get it. It's the most evil one of all. The sexy woman. I thought I recognized you first in Ishgard, then in Idyllshire. You've been following us since we left the capital. Bearer of faces fair and fearsome, the midnight shadow which hath deceived kings and queens, Doris. You can't possibly have been so naive as to think we wouldn't see her through your ridiculous disguises. And yet here you are, so effortlessly lured into our trap. For which we are most grateful, mine. My companions are hardly cut out for life on the road. All this has been in preparation for this moment. The parties, the petty schemes, and from the first, the objective of this grand design has been this singular mammoth. I swear to you, if you harm Gigi in any way, we have no desire to hurt the boy, but we require his help to reclaim that which is rightfully ours, our youth! Oh no! It's a slight obfuscation. Okay, really minor nitpick, and just a tiny little thing. If I was writing this, I would just have everyone like, except for us, where we just be like, just whatever. We're just going along with it at this point. Damn, they're very slowly getting away. No! No, they're getting away. Papa Hildy. Yeah, are we gonna do something? Stay strong, my son. I swear I will find you. He's right there! Go! After him! Why are you not... You think they're heading for the old mill? If not, can we go anyway? I haven't had cider in ages. I don't think they have cider there anymore. Fine job he did protecting that mammoth of his, huh? Remind me again why we didn't just, oh, it's here. Shh. Mum's the word. 12 strike me for a fool. So desperate was I to seize the Grand Sirs that I failed to discern their true intent before it was too late. And now poor Gigi is in their clutches. What if I am never to see my beloved son again? I would love it if they were literally visible still over there. I suppose we ought to prepare for the worst. They could be halfway to Raditz by now. I doubt that. They were moving in and out of Montoise's pace. The milk helps right. Let's go. Huh. That's what my mentor used to call me, among other things. Oh, the memories. Did someone just die again? Oh my god! That would be an interesting quest design, wouldn't it be? Like, imagine a quest for a moment, where as you're going around, there's just people are just dead. And, like, no matter where you are, there's always just a dead person just there. Hey, Boomshocks. Oh, right, this is not the quest. Sorry, wrong quest. Oh god, yeah, what if it's the same dead person each time? And you have to kind of figure out why. This is not a triple plus. Nothing is a triple plus. There are only triple negatives. The negativity must flow. Okay. I am going to have to decide how we part and parcel this chain, though. Seems the Grand Sirs have been caught once more by the very inspector trying to catch them. How ironic. How premature. We have them, but they still have Gigi. If only some manner of opportunity would present itself. Like him wandering off. We can ambush the wizened dragoon, take him hostage, and demand an exchange. Inquisitor Seer, you disappoint me. A gentleman cannot condone violent kidnapping and ransom of his elders. No, we approach this like paragons of honor and virtue. Lore will stalk and subdue him and relieve him of his armor. How is stripping an old man naked more gentlemanly than taking him hostage? Rest assured, all shall be revealed soon. That frightens me. Don't worry, Lord. Just keep stripping those old people naked. Okay. Let me guess, wondering why I haven't gone and smacked him upside the head and put an end to this rubbish yet? There's a time for cracking skulls and letting your idiot of a son deal with his own troubles, that's why. Yeah, sure thing. Think he's sleeping or just resting his eyes? Do you care to take the Dragoon's armor through gentlemanly means? We must always endeavor to treat our elders with the utmost respect. Oh yes, let's not even bother to discuss the moral and ethical implications, never mind the legal ones. Oh, accidentally stomped all over him. Sorry. Excuse me, sir. Can I have your armor? I knew you'd... Wait, who are you again? There's something familiar about those muscular forearms. The strong yet tender-looking fingertips. I say, would you be so kind as to massage my shoulders? You... Remove the breastplate. Of course! Why do these quests always involve me rubbing down people with oil? Yes, yes, I am a saint. Ah, I swear it's the little things you begin to appreciate. My dear departed wife used to help me with my armor, you know. Right, right, I should be seated to better receive your tender ministrations. Can I just leave now? Like, I've got the armor. I did it. Like, I'm done. We're done here. There's nothing else I need to do. Why is this my life? Ah, the healing tingle. Would that I had a tincture of salamander with which to treat these aches. My little pigsney used to spread some on his chest under his nose to help me sleep through the night. Come, don't be shy. Work those soothing figures into each and every knot. Slowly. Make me forget my troubles. Harder. Harder. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and, The dragoon's soft snoring suddenly stops, and you begin to fear you may have borne witness to his final moments. Leaning closer, you extend a hesitant finger, only to stop short when a sudden spasm signals the resumption of labored breathing. I like to think that I just grab his ankles and just shake until he falls out of them. With the utmost care, you have relieved him of his sabatons and breeches, leaving the sleeping old man exposed to the elements and at the mercy of nearby ravenous bears and tentacled morbols. May he rest in peace. I didn't make that up. That's what the game said. He's, screwed. Yeah, he's, I mean, he's dead. Canon Warrior of Light quotes. Oh, he is turbo dead. And I am so amused by that. They're all dead. My stalwart assistant, by your return I mean you have taken care of the dragoon. Afforded him all due courtesy as befitting a man of his years while returning the equipment. Hildebrand, I'm gonna murder you. And then I'll have to murder your mother, which is gonna suck. Because that'll actually be a hard fight. Sierra I'm gonna have to murder because he's a witness. Nushu I'll murder so she doesn't have to live with the memories. Damn, I'm gonna have to kill all these people. You two look nothing alike. They may be old and slow, but they're not blind. Oh, ye of little faith. You're in for a treat. You shall have a front row seat to the magnificent display of Mandervillian guile and subterfuge. Hey, is it time for dinner yet? Ah, damn it, you're right. I gotta kill Gigi, too. Sorry, Gigi. Where the hell is Orland? I know he's gotta take a piss every hour, but damn it, he could at least be quick about it. Fine, I'll go kill Gigi, too. Ugh! The list of murder just grows. Wait, that means I have to kill Gigi, too. And by Gigi, I mean Giga. Alright, time to murder Giga Pudding. Ugh. Thankfully, no one saw that, so I don't have to kill anybody else. That's the end. We're done with the murder spree. Greetings, fellow antediluvians. Interesting use of the word. I have returned. This is definitely how he acted. Why are you? It's just me shaking my head in the background. About time. Okay, no, that's bollocks. Pack up your things. I want us back on the road in 10 minutes. Before we do that, we must release young Gigi. 'Tis behavior unbecoming a gentleman to keep children in cages. Someone told you blathering. He's gonna get away. Nah, he's fine. See? No, he will not. See? He's right here within my care. Right then, on a completely unrelated note, I shall now take the boy with me on a brief sojourn into the wilderness. Fury, help me, it's working. He's about to walk out there with Gigi, and they won't even try to stop him. So far, so good. Which means... it's cold. And there's marbles. And I don't have my spear, which means technically I'm classless. Why would you stop? Oh, that's why. Okay, cool. That's right, Manderville doesn't have a weapon, so he has no class. I'm me, but you're also me, but that can't be, unless... This is it. This is the moment when my life flashes before my eyes. Oh, my dearest Pigsney, we'll be together at last. Not that I'm upset about that, but why? Imposter! How dare you attempt to trick me with a ruse so hackneyed it would make a minstrel blush? Ye gods, I never realized dying would hurt so much. Now's our chance, Kiki. Come with me! Vivi, wait! Hey, he is Vivi! Holy crap, I was right. My son, what's gotten into you? Vivi, where have I heard that name before? As a first reminder, I haven't done these quests before. Remember who you are, Vivi. What you are, a creation of the great Charlayan Archmagus Quan? Really? Quan, I was given life by Grandpapa Quan. I remember now, we lived together and he taught me many things about the outside world and tried to eat me. Oh god, flashback. Or not. What exactly do you remember, my son? Everything. I remember Grandpapa Quan created me. He took care of me, raised me, and that we were very happy. But then he abandoned me. Grandpa Quan abandoned me. He believed you were flawed, Vivi, that you lacked the power to turn back the hands of time and make him young again. And so in his ignorance, he cast you out and died alone. To turn back the sands of time, then what we witnessed in the Crozier, with the Duke's priceless vase. Pause. That power can be brought to bear with people? Oh, wait, how do you know this? You couldn't have possibly been associates of the Archmagus Quan. We found his journals during one of the many trips into the Great Library. Scavenging for useful relics is one of the few ways we have left to make a living. We were famed heroes of the war in our prime, with fortunes to match, but no soldier has the strength to triumph over time, except for me. And before we knew it, the hour of Sheath was upon us. Ishgard had no longer need of our services. So we came here to eke out a living, to keep doing what we do best until our bodies wouldn't let us. Imagine our surprise when we stumbled upon the opportunity of a lifetime. A second lifetime, as it were. A mammoth with the power to take back that which was broken and restore it to its prime state, to turn back time with its temporal magics, and give us back our misspent youth. Fury, take me. This is also so... I don't even know if there's a precedent to determine whether or not this constitutes heresy. Don't look at Alexander in the lake, Seer. Just a pro tip. We knew where to look, even. With the journals, we determined the mammoth was somewhere in the Western Highlands. A chance for a second chance with Zinweech. And then we were forced to watch as you imbeciles pulled Vivi from the snow, nearly ruining everything. Vivi, listen to me. Come with us. We can unlock your true potential. Just think of what you can accomplish if if you were to master your magics. Not only can you make us young again, you may have the power to restore life to Archmagus Quan. Nah, he was a dick. Screw him. Impossible. No magic can truly return the dead to us. That's actually true. At best, you can animate a corpse, and I need not review the precepts to declare the products of necromancy are abominations in the eyes of the Fury. Gigi, wait. What of our adventures? What of our gazebo? You are a Manderville mammoth. You have always been so kind to me, Papa Hildy, and I will forever be grateful. But Grandpapa Quan made me. He made me, and I miss him. So even if it fails, I have to try. It's okay, the Fury doesn't exist. Pillars of snow. What are you doing? They're getting away. We have to stop them! Mayhap we must respect Gigi's decision. So that's the end of the chapter, huh? You giving up and coming back home? I, too, made a decision long ago to become a traveling inspector, and I have ever stood by it. Mayhap it is from the singular stubbornness of mine that Gigi took inspiration. Nay, I cannot abide it. He is my flesh and blood. No, he's not. My son, maybe. I dare not let him use his temporal magics to pervert the natural order. Sir, you are probably the biggest perversion of natural order I've ever seen. It falls to me, his father, to ensure he keeps through the righteous path, and only utilizes traditional methods of zombification to raise the dead. What? Inquisitor Seer, I must applaud your dedication to your work, and we cannot thank you enough for all you have done on our behalf. Yet I fear, if we were to continue as we were, Gigi may be driven to rash action. Therefore, I must ask you suspend your pursuit of the Grand Sirs for a time, so I may be afforded the opportunity to convince my son to return peacefully. Well, seeing as how we can only guess at the full extent of Gigi's powers, it might prove dangerous to act aggressively should he choose to use them. I'd be willing to risk that. I knew you'd understand. Right then, there's no time to waste. Let's retire to our gazebo. Or we could just keep going. I suppose it'd have been a shame if he gave up that easily, though it means I'll have to stick around even longer. On the other hand, that bloody mammoth's got the power to make me yum again. Why? Just why? I like how we're all wearing black, too. Wait, that's... And now there's just death. There's death. Okay. Now I gotta murder everybody. Including Zed Slayer, because now she's a witness. God, there's so many witnesses! It's so irritating. It's like playing Dishonored all over again. I have to murder one person, then another, then another, then another. That's actually in one of the highlight reels, actually. Me getting irritated at how hard it is to not kill everyone. Oh my god. Well, at least Mr. Red keeps murdering themselves here, so. He's dead. That's cool. Roy. Just make sure to... There we go. Okay, we're good. While I'm out here, I'm gonna use the time efficiently and grab this quest. Disco says, in celebration of Women's Day, can you name every woman who's ever been? No. Classic Game Lover says, would you agree that Golbez feels like Kylo Ren? No. Adventurer, remember Feldsmocks? No. Oh, actually, I do. This is the nearest thing to a regional quest this whole area's had, is this jackass who's trying to fish. So he keeps being like, go kill these things to get me stuff to fish. Now he's asking me to kill things so that they don't get in the way of the fishing. So that's cool. That's cool. I like killing things. Yeah, satisfy the beast within. I'm just gonna pretend that one's Mr. Red. Oh, I can't target Mr. Red. He's out of line of sight. Sorry, Mr. Red. I can fly. Gotta kill Zed Slayer. Where's she at? Aha! Time to murder Zed Slayer. Go. It's okay. I made your last moments absolutely beautiful. Please tell me this doesn't chain again. Yeah, here, have your bear's meat. Goblin. Bears are gone. Fish waters are calm. Want to catch fish, but first fill belly with bear meat. You can eat bear meat? Okay. 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 It didn't chain. That's the important part. Nope, it did. Never mind. There's a new quest that popped up. God damn it! I hate this zone. And everything in the universe. Okay, so XIV asked a question. He said, I mean, this was what I think they were going for in Mass Effect 3 with Kai Lang. A gut-wrenching moment when you lose to him. Then you get a fist bump. Awesome moment when you fight him. They did that in Spider-Man Edge of Time, which I haven't seen. And when we beat him in Spider-Man 2099. Okay, so that's not a question. But I disagree, because I think what they were going for with Kai Lang was trying to establish a character late without actually thinking about what that would accomplish. So I think they just suck at everything. All the negatives. This really... Really? This is just my life. That's all there is to it. Kai Lang was a mistake, quite literally. It's hard enough to introduce a character for the first time in the third act of a 3-act story. It's doable, but it's difficult. And they didn't think about what they were doing at all. So I suppose XIV is actually correct. That was what they were going for. They just failed at it. What? I gave you bear meat. Now what do you want? He wants to catch a fish so juicy sweet, by the way, in case you missed that. Where are you taking me? Oh, you're taking me to a dungeon I haven't done yet. So sorry, I gotta say that right. So juicy, sweet! Oh, couldn't quite do that. I'm dry. Probably because I'm reading too much out loud. Vega actually turned out better than I thought he would. My first reaction to seeing Vega was just straight irritation. Just, what the hell is this nonsense, right? But I will admit, Vega grew on me more than I thought he would. He's not great, and, you know, in all honesty, he's probably like 1 positive for the entire game territory, which isn't really all that much to, you know, write home about. But still, he was a positive character. I think they did a decent job with him. They did not manage this with Kai Lang. You... okay. Who's more of a mistake, Kai Lang or Kai Wynn? Well, Kai Wynn is a brilliant character with a brilliant actress and brilliant writing. Kai Lang is literally none of those. So... apparently Gollum is a female. My bad. Did it chain? Doesn't look like it chained. I would put Jacob and Miranda above Vega. And what's-her-face, and Lavos. I like Jacobin, too, a lot. He's basic, but I like where he's coming from, and I like what they do with him. Also, I happen to really like his squad mission, or his loyalty mission. It's actually one of my favorite loyalty missions, overall. Really? Yeah, he needed it, XIV, because he was so garbage. That's not true. That's exaggerative. Vega didn't get the time and effort and attention he needed to actually be worth a damn. There we go, that's a better way to put it. Yeah, I don't get the Jacob hate either. I never have. Except, unless you're counting Mass Effect 3, in which case... And I do like Miranda quite a bit. Miranda was one of the very few characters I thought was actually legit in Mass Effect 3. One of the former party members, I should say. It was legit in Mass Effect 3. That's a very good question, Chris Kahn. Truthfully, I don't really have a good answer for you, but if you're curious, I had an audience before I switched over to Patreon. I also jumped onto Patreon very, very early. I was among one of the earliest groups of people who was on Patreon total. So I got in at the front door, The front gate on that one, or the front of the line on that one. That being said, I can give you a small bit of business advice, which is go ahead and start up your Patreon now, whether you ever have any people on it or not, whether it grows or not. That's whatever. But as long as you have it there just in case, well, that tends to work better if you've already got the paperwork in place, you know what I mean? So if people do start to grow and you do start to get an audience, it's like, hey, I happen to have this Patreon already. Oh my god. Why are these people so terrible? Stop being terrible. Well, I mean, to use a contrast to someone who is much worse in Mass Effect 3, Jacob. But also, while we're on the subject, I can't think of her name. Military lady. Okay. I'm going to read that one out loud. You say, the Gabi fighty force is independent. To have rules would rob Gabis of God-given liberties. Free nation for free people should have no rules. This is best. Don't know if I want to completely disagree with that. Massively disagree with that. I've been told Keaton, whatever his stupid name is better in Mass Effect 3. I wouldn't know. I've never let him live. Because of his stupid, dumb, ugly, stupid face. In Mass Effect 1. Okay, let's go see what's going on at our gazebo, shall we? Yeah, the bug is really what actually did it. I don't understand the question, classic game lover. I don't think people talk about Mass Effect 3 like it's the worst/best game ever made, and get into large, vitriolic arguments where they yell and scream at each other, and, you know, to just descend into toxicity over Mass Effect 3. So I don't know why we talk about it like it's The Last Jedi. Yeah, you're welcome. Don't worry. Thank you for not chaining. Where is this stupid quest? Oh, not that one. This one. Oh, it's in Foundation. Why are we going back to Foundation? Alright, hang on. I mean, Mass Effect 3 is definitely a Mass Effect game. I can't argue that point. Although, if anybody thinks Last Jedi is the worst Star Wars film, then they haven't seen Episode 1 recently. Or 2. If we're even counting the Clone Wars movie, then yeah, Clone Wars movie would be just... Ugh. What is that nonsense? Anyways, Tim did ask a question. For gameplay reasons, wildlife and enemies are stronger than previous locations. Is the discrepancy of strength supported in low, or in which case, which location should have the strongest or weakest enemies? So obviously it is not, President Lore. There's really no reason that some of the places we go to in Heavensward should not have weaker enemies than the stuff we go to in Stormblood. Shadowbringers, it makes sense that they're high level, but, you know, that's for spoilery reasons. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm just going to go ahead and cut off all Last Jedi talk right here, because every time it's come up, it turns into a nonsense argument, and that's why it's a forbidden topic. Nobody can seem to just discuss it. It's all just Rah! Or Rah! and that's it. So moving on. Star Wars is dead. Okay, there we go. We've killed Star Wars. We did it! We killed it. Let's talk about Episode 9, which is better than Episode 8 in every way. That's not true. Is it sad that I keep thinking, God, I wish I had more range on this class? But then I think that about every class, so that's whatever. Yes, but I've already told you what, Ross, if you were paying attention to the ruminations, so you could probably guess without me telling you. That being said, we haven't codified anything yet. Obviously, we're nowhere near Deep Space Nine. Yeah, go home, Dipwix. I know his name's Dripwix. I don't care. We're just finishing up Idyllshire while we're here, since Hildebrand goes to Foundation next. Nation needs rules. No rules means big problems. This free nation, is it not best we have no rules? Yeah, that's not an extremely complex and horrifying topic to go into. Yeah, your tools are no taken care of. Your watchguards have no rules. Your borders cannot be protected. You don't know where your borders are. Yes, Idyllshire needs rules. Please don't change. God damn it! They're actually going to start writing down the names of people who borrow things. That's the first rule they've come up with. My god, we're literally just making up rules. All goblins must use ledger when borrowing things? This is too inconvenient. There are too many things to record. This looks difficult and confusing. Yeah, they're all really long, just go. Every single one of these goddamn quest chains is too frickety long. This is not how you do regional... Did they do regional quests better in future expansions? Hi, Evo. I wouldn't know. I haven't done them. I'm actually curious. Because this is how every zone has been so far. Do every quest except for one, and then that one quest just goes on and on and on. And every single step is go all the way back to town, and then go all the way back out. And go all the way back to town, and then go all the way back out. Oh my god, do not do the side quests of this game. This is why I'm reviewing this, because I haven't done these. Admittedly, I was mostly saving them for, the review. But, god, these suck. And now I gotta go all the way back. Hang on, let's go all the way back. What is this garbage? Hang on. My toxicity level's overflowing. Give me a sec. I need to vent. Okay, I'm okay. See, I'm actually Alexander, so I need to do that. And all the steam comes out. That's actually toxicity leaving Alexander when he does that. All problems fixed forever. Yay! We did it. We solved statecraft. We did it. It's cool. Everything's cool. Rules are very inconvenient. Now run around asking people's opinions of the rules. Why? Things were better before we had rules. Do we need rules? Rules are a big pain in the arse. Recording things takes too much time. These rules are so complicated, they cause naught but problems. Oh my god. Ain't that a thing. Is this jackass out there? Hang on. I need to go back out there so I can come back in here. I am not making this up. You are watching me live do this crap. Thank God I can fly. Okay. Questions. Question 1, Emperor Valerian. Why are you so awesome? Well, you see, when I was young, I was bitten by a grasshopper that actually knew Kung Fu. Yeah, no, that tracks. Well, that was a good usage of my time. Let's go ahead and go back to town now. Think I can warp back for about 200 gil. Speaking of Kai Lang, what's the best thing to do with your villains when you've got a hero so super duper like Shepard or the Warrior of Light? Well, Shepard isn't that super duper, if we're being honest. But, I mean, I don't... That's a tough question. You either make them smart, so in other words, you do things where, you know, they can't actually... The Warrior of Light can't be everywhere, right? So you make it so that they don't want to intervene, or make it so that intervening would make things worse, or you make a situation so that it's effectively a trap, or they're over here while you're doing this, or so forth and so on. There's lots and lots and lots of ways to do that. If you have someone like Shepard, all you need is a giant skeleton made of slushy colonists, and you're good to go. Alright, we're doing it. We're fixing the rules. That... Why? Why? This is not quest design. Hang on, let me go back out. What aspect of the chaining do you find most irritating? That's actually a good question, Tim. It's hard to explain. I think it's the fact that it chains itself. I know that sounds like a weird way to phrase that, but quests... Actually, I don't know if FF14 has this, but in many other MMOs, like Star Trek Online, quests can have an infinite number of steps in them. It's actually, I think it's actually like up 250 is the max steps or something like that. So you could just do this and have this be one quest. And not have us go back to town to turn in, to get the new quest, to go out, to go back to town, to get the new quest, to turn in, to go out, to go back to turn again, blah, 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 blah. Instead, have us go out here and do this. There we go. Oh my god, the rules aren't working. You're right, the rules aren't working. We need to fix them somehow. How do we fix this? Okay, we're going to fix this somehow. But then we go out and it's like, oh, I'll fix this, no problem. Oh no, I'm being attacked. Thank you for saving me. I was trying to draw better maps. I understand. I'll try to do better. They're unhappy with this. Please, you must be middle thinker. Okay, we'll go to this area now. Okay, cool. And then we go up here and just make this all one quest. It still wouldn't be a good quest, to be blunt, because it's still way too much padding and way too much travel for way too much interaction and way too little gameplay, but it would be better if it wasn't just... Have any of you ever worked at a job where you have to clock in and clock out? And ever work a job like that? How many of you are named Overseer USA? And thank you, Overseer USA, very much. I will jot that down for Civ 6. Much appreciate. Thank you. For those of you who've worked a job where you have to clock in and clock out, how many of you have ever had to deal with the frustration of clocking in and clocking out to do any non-work stuff? Like going to the bathroom, or grabbing a bite to eat, or refreshing your coffee, or whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, bathroom breaks, That's what this quest is. That's what this kind of quest design is. Every single step has an added layer of bureaucracy built into it. And that is the biggest reason why the chaining is pissing me off. Because it's just, hang on, okay, now I can continue the quest. Wait, hang on, alright, now I can continue the quest. Wait, and it's just so frustrating. Again, these are not good quests to begin with, but I wouldn't be angry if not for that extra layer of chikunk, which I've been doing for the last 3 days, by the way. I did this Sunday in the Kurthus Westerlands. You can see it on the stream. And I did it in my morning yesterday before I headed out to my sister's. And I did it this morning. Yeah, this is definitely a seconds and minutes problem. This chaining is awful. We must make free nation for free people. We make word bond to make beautiful city for everyone. Rules that strangle all citizens, that's not beautiful. For citizens of free nation to be free, citizens must feel free. It seems Dripwix was wrong. Dripwix only see problems and forget word bond of that day. Slowfix, you should punch Dripwix. Dripwix deserves it. But fix nothing. We must treasure friendship. Slowfix knows this. Aww. Yes, that'll be one rule. Oh my god, the only rule they have is Rule 0. I'm not making that up. That's what they just said. The only rule they're going to have in Idyllshire is Rule 0. Yep, don't be a dick. It'd work, if you think about it. At certain scales. Obviously, it wouldn't work at every scale. Okay, hang on. Let me delete some things here. Down. There we go. Is any of the Trek Rewrite stuff on YouTube? Actually, yes. Only a very small amount, admittedly, because of time. But if you... some of the episodes are already on YouTube right now, yes. Yes, Idyllshire needs some rules. Rule 1. So they say always respect friends. And we're done! We did it! We did it! We're done! I'm wrong. A new quest just popped up. I hate my life. Oh my god, please. Just stab me. Just stab me right here. Right here. I'm ready. Just end it. What do you want, you twat? Uh-huh. Yep. Okay, sure. Just don't stop stabbing. Endless stabs. An adventurer. You don't live around here then. Maybe you'll be able to give us a hand. What is wrong with you? We are refugees of the Calamity. You're about 5 years too late. We barely made it out of Ul'dah alive because we owed people money. We came running here. That's a hell of a trip from Ul'dah to here. Anyway, we were hoping to gather a few folk here and head out to find a new place to settle. So we made a flyer for people here to join us. Because they really don't like Idyllshire. Because they think Idyllshire is not a good place to live. What is wrong with you people? This is one of the nicest places on this stupid freaking continent of hell death. Where do you want to go? Gridania? Man, I wish I just could live around those elementals who are constantly demanding everything from us. Yeah, by the way, for those of you who don't know what I'm on about, hang on, just give me a second. I'm going to pull up the map here. Okay, so this is an actual representation of the continent. You see this thing way down here at the bottom? That's Thanalan. That's Ul'dah. You see this thing way in the northwestern corner? That's where we're at, on that coast. That's the trip they took. Through Ishgardian territory and Dravanian territory. Why? Is Hildibrand, as a character, a well-written idiot? No. However, is he a badly written idiot? No, he's just an idiot. Are guild syncs a good idea for an MMO? Yes. Why? If not, why? Well, invalid question. If yes, what is the best type of guild sync? Cosmetics are a usual good way to go. That's a proven thing historically. Obviously, there's some extreme examples, but even ignoring extreme examples like buying the... Oh god, what is it? Like 1,000 gold weapons and armor in Guild Wars 2, which that may not sound like a lot, but that's something like $200 in real-life currency equivalent, to give you an idea. Anyways, maybe not to that extreme, but, you know, definitely in that direction. But guild sinks are a very... money sinks. Okay, so hang on. So let's talk about money fountains and money sinks real quick here. As soon as I find this other person somewhere in the wilderness, wherever they are. Where are you, person? There you are. The ill-bred adventurer. What do I give a damn what their parents are? So, an MMO is a little bit different of an economy than real life. It shares a lot of similarities, but there's one truly crucially different aspect of that, and that is the fact that an MMO can not only create money, but also destroy money. Actually changing the very fluidity of the economy itself. You can't really do that in real life. And I know what you're saying, but you can print money. No, it really isn't the same thing. So money fountains, the way they work is they actually create money from nothing and introduce it into the circulatory system of the economy. A Gil Sink then removes money from that. It actually deletes money from the game and actually removes it from the economy entirely. So in an MMO, trying to make sure that you're always producing money through a fountain and removing it through a sink is a very, very careful, very difficult balance that every MMO ever has failed at forever. Now, part of the problem here is that what we have here is a little bit of a old money problem. Because the only solution at this point, and I am not joking, is to go find all the people who have bagrillions of gil and bagrillions of gold and delete it. Just get it off their accounts and say, here you go. Goodbye. And you're probably thinking, what would that fix? Here's the issue. If you were to actually look at the super rich in just about any MMO environment, any MMO market, they are the super rich. They have so much more money than everyone else. It's actually silly, to the point where it's not even funny. They have so much money that they tilt the economy simply by their actions and anything they do with it. This is true in multiple MMOs, by the way, including the one we're playing right now. That kind of money needs to be removed from the system because they are actually destabilizing the economy by their very existence. In specific ways I don't feel like going into, but there are many. I've actually already mentioned a few just today for that example. So, you want to remove money from the economy, but the thing is, no matter what you do with regards to adding a gil sink, or a money sink, or a gold sink, or a credit sink, or whatever, then you need to introduce something that is so ludicrously expensive that the only people who can get it are the mega rich. And in the process, you are encouraging people to try to become mega rich in order to get that super expensive thing, because it's cool and they want it. And you see the dilemma here. I'm not joking when I say that deleting the high-end people's money is the only actual solution here. That's not a joke. It's not trying to be facetious or funny. It is the actual solution to the problem. You can see why nobody's done that, because that would be horrific. It would actually drive lots of people away from the game, and probably make several people quit entirely. But it is the only actual solution. Now you're probably thinking, hang on. Why is that the only solution? Why did this problem even come to be in the first place? Well, it's very simple. It's because all the MMOs that are old enough to have this problem didn't know how to balance their economy when they started. That's why I call it the old money problem. Because all those people who have a ridiculous amount of money in whatever MMO have had a ridiculous amount of money for years. That's the issue. They got that money back before they fixed the economy. They got that money back before they added gold sinks, before they added credit sinks, or before they were able to balance the thing so there was enough throughput of money and enough of a percentage cost on money in order to do things like transaction fees are a perfect example of the kind of things that MMOs can use. To explain that briefly, transaction fees are, let's say you go, I don't actually know if FF14 does this, but I know Star Trek Online does, for example. So does Guild Wars 2, actually. You go to the auction house, you say, I want to buy that, and you buy it, and you actually pay this much money. And this extra little bit of money, it's gone. It's deleted. That's the gold sink. That's actually removing it from the equation. So every transaction has a little bit of an extra percentage fee on it, which, if you're not even aware of it, you wouldn't even see. And that helps to reduce large scale. I'm saying this wrong. It's a minuscule tax, ultimately, at least in the two MMOs I'm familiar with. But it's such a constant thing on everything that it is a constant sink from a large source of things to constantly pull money out of the game, which is a good thing. As weird as that may sound. Yeah, no kidding, US and Corp. I'm curious as well, honestly, especially as an economics geek. But anyways, this has been a long, rambling answer, and I do apologize, but that's the long and the short of it. Yes, absolutely, MMOs do need a gold sink or a gil sink. Because if you don't, all you've done is created a terrible situation in which the rich will always be rich, and new players to the game will be so undervalued in terms of income, in terms of what they can do, that they'll run into something low level or low tier or whatever and say, oh, that's only 20 million gil, I can't afford that, and just kind of get discouraged or give up or move on, because everyone else has already been making money for years, right? And yeah, inflation is an absolute. And unlike some economists, I don't think a guaranteed inflation rate is actually a good thing. But that's a whole other topic. So, how about everyone was jumping at the chance to get away from these filthy, disgusting goblins? What is your problem, dude? No one has any interest in leaving, though nobody I spoke to was interested in it. Almost like they like living under goblin rule. What is this guy's problem? How can they refuse? They must have been brainwashed by those goddamned goblins. It's obvious what we do next. We must cure these people of goblin brainwashing. So not only did it chain, but it branched. Everyone's been brainwashed. We need proof that they're evil. So there was an armed goblin, which means they're clearly up to evil, because only someone who's evil would be armed. Ignore me in my level 90 gear. Oh my god, they're literally having me go to get evidence of brainwashing! Asheron's Call, critically, actually never got a Imperial Sync. In their case, a Gold Sync. And you're probably wondering, how did AC manage? Well, what AC did was they gave up. They detached Imperials from almost everything. So the only things you could buy with Imperials are, like, components for spells, bags, and that's kind of it. So the only way that you could trade in cash, because cash was so devalued, was in the tens of millions range, which may not sound like a lot, but money could only stack to 10,000 a stack, so you would need to get trade notes, which you could only turn in for a fee, which is how you remove money from the economy, in order to be able to actually make that worth anything. Like, it's just this whole nonsense. And you might be wondering, well, how did AC's economy work? They moved off of money, and they moved on to other currencies. Like, they moved on to things like, I don't know if FF14 has an equivalent, actually. I guess materia? Materia is kind of an equivalent. Maybe Bojin coins would count. Like, FF14 doesn't really have the same kind of things. Oh, actually, you know what? It totally does. Here we go. Perfect. This is actually a very good equivalent. Tomestones became a currency in Asheron's Call, which are tradable in Asheron's Call. That's the point. So I could trade you, 70 Alogan Tomestones of Astronomy in exchange for some piece of gear or whatever it is I'm trading you for. And that became the basis of the economy. Now, this actually worked, but it's kind of coincidental, because what happened is they did the same thing every MMO does. They screwed up the economy. It failed horribly. And then they introduced a new economy with the new currencies, with the new exchange items. And they actually did it right that time, and that ended up working. And of course, because the new currencies were completely detached from Gil, there was no old money. Yep, yep, I'll help you out, because I'm a nice person. Oh, don't mistake me, there are still rich people. There's no avoiding that. Some people are just going to be richer than others. But the rest of that just kind of went away. It was a rather brilliant way of doing it, actually. Anyways, so, time talking about that. How would I fix Episode 2? Oh my god. Ironically, that is, in fact, a question that we will someday answer when we get to the Star Wars rewrite. How would we fix Episode 2? Alright, so the most obvious thing is to make the personal story between Anakin and Padme actually good. I know that's kind of a answer, but it is a valid answer. I honestly think... So I've heard some people say, I don't want romance in my Star Wars, and those people are stupid. I'm just kidding. But my point is, some people say that the romance is the problem, and they're wrong. The problem is it was a bad romance, not the fact that there was romance at all. A deep, personal story between the two characters slowly getting closer and closer to each other, and actually becoming a couple over time across Episode 2, and probably Episode 1, that could have worked. Imagine the slow dance that... Is Ross there? Ross, you there? Aw. Oh yeah, absolutely age Anakin up. Okay, so Ross. I don't know if you agree with me on this, but Tom and B'Elanna's relationship, which grew over like a season and a half, right? Nice, slow, gradual development from you know, professional coworkers to comrades to friends to lovers, right? Make it work. Actually do a real development of the two. Show the chemistry between the two. Develop the chemistry between the two. That would have been awesome, I think. Really. Now, there are other things that need to be fixed about episode 2. That's just the first thing that comes to my mind. And yeah, exactly. Below just know. So, par exemple, do a thing where instead of having the majority of the central plot be effectively stumbling around trying to investigate one unrelated thing, which leads to another unrelated thing, which leads to another unrelated thing, which leads to the main plot, which, I get it, it's Star Wars. Star Wars is built on luck, but give me a frickin' break. Instead, have them investigate this report they've had of this planet where they're training soldiers. I get that the Old Republic was pathetic and terrible. That's part of the point. But you can't tell me no one anywhere wasn't able to find a little bit of info on, hey, we've got a lot of reports that show that they're buying weapons en masse and doing a lot of large-scale orders for troop deployments and ship production capabilities. And could you go check this out, Obi-Wan? Yeah, I got your back. No problem. So anyways, they were not up to murder. She was protecting the settlement. It's clearly a cover for something even more horrible. I hate these two people. I hate them so much. I'd rather be dealing with the rules, no rules thing. By the way, they've actually flat out mentioned that one of the reasons they don't believe the goblins are nice is they just came from Ul'dah, and all the people in Ul'dah were dicks, so obviously these people have to be dicks too. Yeah, exactly, Bragwin. Like, so hear me out for a second. You have one story following Anakin and Padme. Personal, deeply involved, and you could have the action scenes of that particular thing be a little bit more personal, because you've got one woman who is more than capable of a blaster, and more than willing to walk into combat, and one of the most powerful Jedi ever freaking ever. So they would be fighting duels kind of a thing, right? Or I'm saying that wrong, sorry, I'm reversing it. They would be fighting groups, my bad. Switch over to the non-personal thing, and we have Obi-Wan and the rest of the Jedi Council who are going through the more political story, the more slow-paced story, and trying to make their way through the macro side of things. Oh my god, this feels like someone's gearing up for war, but it looks like the Chancellor's gearing up for war. Should we confront the Chancellor directly? If we confront him and he's up to something, no, we should do this front. We need the Chancellor on our side. Yes, you're right, the Chancellor should be an ally. We confront Chancellor Palpatine. Palpatine admits it. Yes, I have been putting things into motion. I have been funding the beginning of a war with the assistance of the banking clan. I don't want to go to war. Of course I don't. I'm Palpatine. I'm such a kind and lovely old man. But the point is, we need to be able to defend our citizens if we are attacked by a military force. That's a good point. You're absolutely right, Chancellor. Master Obi-Wan, Master Obi-Wan, is there any chance I could get you to look into something for me? Of course, Palpatine sends Obi-Wan off to Kamino. You get where this could work, right? This is off the top of my head, by the way. Yes, all the food from the goblins is poisoned, so they want me to go get food for them. Yeah, can't you hear it, Regibrock? I mean, I can do a fairly sensible Palpatine voice at times. But I can only do evil Palpatine. I can't do the lovely, kindly, you know, fatherly voice that Palpatine does. Ian McDiarmid is so damn good. And the best part is, this revamped episode 2 would end in the same place that the actual one does, so there's no need to rejigger episode 3 to accommodate. Right? Clone War starts, several Jedi are killed, Separatists declare war, yeah, everything's cool. We got the Clone Army, which is vested by the Republic, and the Grand Army of the Republic, which is now ready to go, which has been being funded for some time by Ian McDiarmid. You know? And Padme and Anakin have moved closer together. They care about each other. They're working things out. Anakin is starting to get a feel for who he is and make his own place within the Jedi Order and blah 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 blah. You get it. But no. Alright, so I should probably read more questions rather than continue to talk about how I would fix episode 2. Nobody wants to talk about the Star Wars rewrite because that's probably years out. So, oh, absolutely Pillars of Snow. I imagine, whoops, I keep hitting Link by accident. I imagine Anakin would actually be legitimately pissed at the idea of commanding clones. Not because he's elitist, but because they're effectively slaves. This could then also explain why Anakin gets along so well with his clone troopers, because he treats them like people. Because he doesn't treat them like clones. Because he encourages them to take individual namesakes and individualize themselves and earn their loyalty. This is actually a plot thread, by the way. I'm not making this up. This is in the Clone Wars series. Is Anakin is a great leader because he has the loyalty of his men. There you go. Enjoy the meat. Yep. Enjoy your delicious roasted crawler meat instead of actually having real meat from the goblins. And yeah, he is very much a people person. This is why Anakin was always destined for the dark side. My version of the dark side, of course, which is what I'd be using the Star Wars rewrite, because I'm the one writing it. But yeah, no, Palpatine. Anakin is so much of a people person. See, I wouldn't have done that, Pillars, no, because honestly, I think we have enough of that. I would make them a legit couple. Let them have that goodness there. One sparkle of goodness. And then bam! They're all dead. I mean, Anakin would be one of the popularist, absolutely. Yeah, here, have some jerkwater buffalo. They eat. Oh. I'm gonna read that out loud. This is the jerked water buffalo I gave to the refugees. They eat roast crawler flesh instead? Is that safe? Can uplanders eat that meat? See, it gives us gobbies horrible belly pains. I'm concerned about their bellies. Please take this gobby tea. It's good for curing belly pains. I know the scene you're talking about, Overseer, and I agree. Should have been more of that. IMO. I do like episode 3 quite a bit. It just needs some editing and some trimming and some changing. Yep. You're both on fire. Here, would you like some tea to help you feel better? You idiot. Oh, there's so many, Evo. If you ever watched the KOTOR lore run that I did, the first one, we spend the first 45 minutes talking about, like, the 7 or so interpretations of the Force. Excuse me, the 7 most popular interpretations of Force that are actually used in canon. Never mind however many we've come up with over the years. The Goblin who's worried about us. There isn't a soul in the realm who gives a damn about us. Anyone who's pretending to care, it's just part of some trick. Like that bastard in Ul'dah. Yeah, I already caught that. You're the first person who seems to care. God, you are so god-damned stupid. Yes, the goblins are pure. I'm not even reading that out loud anymore. It does not deserve my time and attention. Emperor Valerian asks, have you had a chance to read any of the ancillary material in the Encyclopedia Eorzea? If so, can you think of anything within you'd like to bring to the game proper? It's a good question. However, the answer is no. I have not read the Encyclopedia Eorzea. So... But anyways. The goblin we're interested in is just behind there. I wonder if he's going to answer in court. He's obviously plotting something evil. We'll catch him in the act this time. I want them to die. I want these to die almost as bad as the goblins. I mean, Mongols. I mean, Mughals. Oh my god, I can't talk now. They've killed my brains. They've killed my brains. Ah, there you are, but I think we're too late. The pain! What happened? Did that goblin do this to you? Who else would it be? I have nary a clue he might cause such pain. I knew it! Attacking refugees. That goblin will pay for this. Wait, no, I wasn't attacked. I shudder to think the goblins are doing evil stuff. Are you really... Oh my god, we have to go back to Idyllshire. What did I do? What did I do to deserve this? Ah! 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 Brigwin! Save me, Brigwin! I can't even... I can't even... You're dumb. God, you're so dumb. Yes, the goblins are evil. Please tell me this isn't going to chain much longer. Someone look this up. Look up the quest Ancient Goblin Secrets. And tell me how many more goddamn steps are after that, please. Oh, God, and I have to go in and out. This is prepping me for Alexander. That's what this is. Going forwards and back, and forwards and back, and forwards and back, and one step forwards. Never do side quests. Take this lesson. This is my job. I am warning you all. I am doing my due diligence in informing you that side quests suck in this game. Skip them. 7? Okay, one more. I trust Pillars of Snow more. I can't talk about that game, Pillars of Snow. And by Pillars of Snow, I mean Nameless Baron. Oh. What is this, Xenoblade? Alright, questions. Would you rather have the ability to fly but become a giant ant every time you do? Or the proportional strength and speed of a beetle, you have retractable mandibles. I'm going to go with neither of that one. But if I have to pick one, I'd go with the ant one, because I don't have to fly, so I don't have to turn into an ant. But if I turn into the beetle, I have to have the mandibles every time I eat, and that's just gross. So... Tim asks, is there a way to create a good MMO without money fountains? So that's actually a hypothetical several people have theorized about over the years. The long and the short of it is to create an MMO without an economy. And you can see why that's a hypothetical thing. Why that's in the realm of who knows. So that's how you do that. You make an MMO that does not have an economy. Nothing can be traded. Nothing can be, passed from... Oh, we're going down. From one person to the other. No currency, no gil. Hi, Maverick. Kill me, Maverick. Please, no more. Of course it's painful. What do you expect? Don't worry, it'll all be over soon. We finally caught you in the act. Step away from you, criminal! What do you think you're playing at, attacking this man? What? He asked me to. I give secretive anklet goblin massage. Very good for tired body. Painful at first, but feels much, much better after. Massage? Do you really expect me to believe that? Ah, thank you for what's more, sir. Your work is truly painful and somewhat embarrassing, but I'm feeling better already. But what about the dead monsters and the rope? Dead monsters? Oh, I slow those beasts as a way of payment. And this wonderful monsieur has told me he'd accept no gil for his work, so I slew those orn kites for this dear man to feast upon. Rope is for tying orn kites into brace. Much easier to carry that way. I'm a terrible hunter, so Erdrick's gift is big help to me. There was a time when I led a band of vicious cutthroat bandits, but one day I sustained a severe injury and found myself in no position to continue that road. So I turned over a leaf. That's not turning over a new leaf. That's, well, I lost my leg. I guess I can't run anymore. Of course you're welcome. Why wouldn't you be welcome? You stupid goddamn moron. Now lay down. I'm going to give you a massage. Against your will! Forced massaging. Okay, that gives me an idea for a class in a video game. Aggressive masseuse. Hey, what's going on? Massage, massage, massage. No! It's like a mez, right? Prevents them from attacking. There's or like in Hitman, that's even more terrifying. Yeah, it's a specialization for monks. Hand of the Masseuse. Yep, you're welcome for taking 7 quests to tell you that you're a moron. No! Why? I give up. Mercy. Mercy. Agent 47 would be a monk with a charisma score of plus 80. In fact, I've seen a D&D joke about that before. I'm totally this person. Oh yeah, roll your disguise check. 57. GM just looks shocked, like... okay, they believe you completely. Here. Really? Okay, so the moneylender from Ul'dah has actually chased them down to Idyllshire. The big guy, showing that he has something of a brain, has decided to go ahead and say, I'll run, because I'm the one he's after. The kid's like, no, and by the kid I mean the other was like, no, you can't do this. Meanwhile, I go talk to the moneylender. Hi. What's going on? Yep. Please tell me I can murder you. Why can't I murder you? This is such an easy answer to this question. Please let me murder this man. I'm not trying to be violent. This is a person who has tricked them. By the way, he didn't actually loan them money legitimately. Tricked them into debt, and then ran them out of town, and has now come all the way here specifically to try and collect on the money. By the way, that guy came to here from Ul'dah to collect on the money. Just think about that for just a second. Yeah, exactly, Disco. Like, what the crap hell? Whatever. Questions. What other MMOs do you want to cover in review stream other than the unnamed one? I'd like to cover... STO is one I'd like to cover. Tor is one I'd like to cover, in Guild Wars 2. And I believe that's the full list. So, what's up? Time to die. What would be my ideal fix for the MMO currency problem? I think I just told you, Regibrock. Delete? He won't show his face. I'll have to get my money back from you instead. He paid you everything back he borrowed long ago. It's only a ridiculous, unfair interest that's left. Yeah, that's how that works. Besides, he's not here anyway. Isn't that right, everyone? He lives in Idyllshire now. You're the wise leader, Goblin. You already know what could happen to your little settlement if you tried to hide him from me. Well, where is he? Oh, you don't understand. He's one of us now. Most important rule of Idyllshire. Roll 0. You have any to say, do you know who I am? Yeah, you're one person on your own, here, by yourself, against all of us. Don't chase him out of town, just murder him. Oh, for God's sakes. The other solution, of course, Regibrock, is the Asheron's Call solution, which is the invalidate the existing currency. Essentially, so to use FF14 as a specific example, imagine making it so that Gil no longer buys or sells or does anything. Just effectively reduce the value of Gil to almost non-existent, and then start introducing other things, which are tradable, and kind of build those up as new currencies. And there you go. And, of course, balance that properly. Now that they probably know how to do that. I say probably. I don't know if they actually do, but I'm assuming it. Why? Why? Why do I have to go back in and then out and then in and then out? I'm giving this place its own negative. This is so goddamn stupid. What's the name of this zone? The Dravanian Hinterlands. Oh, Umbral Magnus. I'm sincerely starting to think I should just start skipping them. But the problem is, skipping them removes negatives. It's the whole reason for that concept. Philosophically. These are negatives. These are badly designed. That should be acknowledged. And I shouldn't just give them a negative outright. I need to do it. You see the problem I'm in here. Nevertheless, we have 2-ish zones left of side quests. Oh my god, why? Hey, let me go back into the thing. Ugh, okay, whatever, hang on. How would I fix or improve episode 6? So first of all, make Han Solo into an actual character. Step 1. And that's true, offshore Twitch account. Step 2, get rid of the freaking Ewoks. I know I've said this forever. I know everyone said this forever. Get rid of the Ewoks. Replace them with the Wookiees. It's so much better in every way. Especially because it'll tie into point 1, aka making Han an actual character. I'm happy you got a happy ending, Notchbone. Be happy I'm not throwing you through that wall right there. Because I could. There, we did it. Right. Hang on, let me check before we say that. I believe you, Scion of the Emperor, and we will continue to do side quests. It's part of the job. Just, God, I know. Oh. Alright. There's other things we could do. Maybe, like, pare down the Death Star 2 so it's not stupid. That would be a good move, I think. Okay, we did it! We did it. We're good. Yay. Let's go finish Hildebrand. That took like an hour longer than I thought it would. Yeah, you see what I mean. Those are 2 seemingly simple changes. By removing the Ewoks and replacing them with Wookiees and focusing on Han a bit more, I feel like the entire structure of the story would change around that. Oh yeah, and get rid of the song and dance from Jabba's Palace. I hate that. Get rid of no while we're on the subject. The Inquisition has a rather large collection of heretical tomes, including Charlayan origin. So we're looking for the sake of confirming the Mammoth's heretical origins. Why are you looking at me like that, as if to imply my interest in this matters is more than a professional thing? I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. I thought there were only 3 chapters. Because that was chapter 3. I mean, people have been arguing the Ewok versus Stormtrooper thing for literally decades. Yep, here's chapter 4. We need to speak. I've been scouring the archives, and I found troubling results. As you may or may not be aware, the ancient Alleg is portrayed by the Enchiridion as a cautionary tale, a great empire brought low by vanity and hubris. However, there are certain apocryphal texts in which the Allegans are cast in a more sympathetic light, if not outright exalted. 'Twas in these texts I found reference to temporal magics once wielded by them. Said magics could be used to halt or reverse the temporal state of a given object. If these accounts are to be believed, Gigi's abilities on these magics are one and the same, and it might be possible for him to turn back the hands of time for the Grand Sirs, much as he restored the Duke's priceless vase. That being said, there's no telling how this will work with regards to a living being. Consider, if you will, that the vase was filled with water when shattered. Even if the vessel is restored, what become of its former contents? Would it be filled, the very same, every drop returned, or different water? Would the water once split be forever lost? I speak of the soul, my friend, for even if one could use the magics to restore the dead to life, would they be the same as before? In this setting? No. The Grand Sirs are convinced that they can regain their lost youth, and mayhap they can, but the dead who have entered into Haloni's halls cannot. Yet Gigi is nevertheless resolved to try and resurrect to the Archmagus Quan. Speaking of which, according to some Charlayan texts, Archmagus Quan was an accomplished scholar known for his study of ancient Alagan magics. Further evidence. But more importantly, I learned the location of his residence. So, let's go there. I saw you, heretic. Now what? Beg your pardon? You accusing me of being a heretic? Yes, I saw you sneak into the archives and seek out the forbidden tomes. I saw the mad light in your eyes as you partook of their forbidden knowledge. Oh, for the love of... I did that for my investigation. You admit your crimes. You did secretly, without permission, in blatant convention of our rules, read forbidden tombs. Then by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Heroic District... You stupid ignorant! Are you so desperate to keep your damn jobs you go around accusing all the world and his wife of heresy? Is this what you've been reduced to? I'm sick and tired of looking for heretics in every bloody shadow. I'm trying to guess the secret sins of everyone I met. It's stupid and pointless, and we're better than that, damn it! We're better than that! If you'll not surrender yourself, I have no choice but to inform my superiors. Alright, you win. I like him. Oh, that came tumbling out, didn't it? I guess there's no point trying to convince myself I have no personal investment in the matter, or that I even still have a professional one. Somewhere along the way, I stopped looking for the guilty and started looking for the truth and a way to help those in need. But there's no place for people like that in the Inquisition, is there? And it's only a matter of time before that stuttering fool comes back with an armed guard. Let's depart for Idyllshire at once. No, I was just there! No, no! Oh god, oh god. It's okay, it's okay. It's just the PTSD talking. Don't mind me. I'm just shaking. Just war sounds everywhere. Oh god, kill me. I'm just stuck here. This is just my life now. Oh god, Bragwin's even there waiting for me. She knew! She knew! Damn it, Hildy. I raised you to have better sense than this. No, you didn't. It would seem we arrived too late, and Hildebrand's already gone off on his own to confront the Grand Sirs. They came back briefly to Chingley Shine. It's for supplies and whatnot. But you see, the Gobby's ear caught them trading tongue flaps about killing dragons. Yeah, I'm just gonna burn Idyllshire to the ground. Is that cool with everyone? Just... It'll be perfectly flat. To the atom. Just... Yep. It's okay, the orphans are off on the evacuation ship. Alright, Bragwin, I'm off to do quests. Mwah. Let's go. I mean, I'm not going to kill any of the people. I'm not into that. I don't like killing people. But this place is just going to be... Alright. How would I fix... sorry, Inamisha asks, how would you work with trying to highlight Anakin's background as a cloistered monastic kid who's bad at flirting without descending into cringe? That's easy. Tom Holland. Think about it. Think about it. Adorkable is a word for a reason. Wait, what? I'm gonna not read that out loud. Alright. Let's go find it. At some point. Yeah, exactly. Make him dorky and awkward. Make him adorable. Make him Plague Knight. And if you don't know what I'm referencing, well, don't worry about it. But if you do, then you know why I'm using that as a reference there. Other than Plague Knight offshore Twitch account? Or Alistair, that's another very good one from Dragon Age. I mean, there's a lot of adorkable characters. It's it's a fairly common trope. And it works for good reason. Hell, it works in real life, for God's sakes. I don't know if I'd say Phoenix Wright is adorable, but he's certainly leaning that way. I see, so the Grand Sirs are heading for Annex Shrine. My dear boy wasn't far behind them either. What are we waiting for? Let's go! And I would say Braun is pretty adorable. But honestly, Gimli is the most adorable person. Zach Taff says, do you have any problems with action movie logic, such as the bad guys not hitting him or getting hit by a rocket launcher? Depends on the topic. If they pulled action movie logic on, for example, FF14, that would irritate me. But if they did it in an action movie, that wouldn't irritate me because it's an action movie that's kind of... it's right there on the tin, you know? Do I feel the Republic's reaction to Planet succeeding from them by building a military is both dumb and weird? I mean, yes. I think that could be worked to be much better. All you have to do is restructure it in the way that the books already did. Because in the books, it was far clearer that what the Separatists were after was not secession, but actually trying to obtain enough military power to force the Republic to pay them however much money they wanted to, wherever they wanted to essentially militarily gain control over the economic infrastructure of the Galactic Republic. In other words, they wanted to be the East India Trading Company. And that's something you build up a military to deal with. Okay. So, he's in the ground. Yes, Disco. Because both of them kind of did that. I mean, we could talk about that when we get to the rewrite pillars just now. I admittedly don't agree. I don't like that, personally. Not just because I think that, you know, that's scummy, but more to the point, because that's fine. I mean, the Republic was scummy as hell. It's more that it feels a little bit harder in the middle of one of the biggest economic crises the Republic has ever faced to suddenly fund the creation of a huge military on the behest of the banks, who were funding the Separatists, in order to prevent the Separatists from leaving. Like, there's just a few too many huhs in that whole line for me. Oh my god. Really? I should be reading this out loud. Hello there, Godbert and Inspector's here. How'd you end up traveling together? Blind fortune. I was too far from Tailfeather when night began to fall, but Lord Godbert chanced to find me wandering the wilderness. Lord Edmund told me all about the recent trouble with the Grand Sirs, as well as Hildy's investigation. A father cannot help but take an interest in his son's affairs, can he? As for me, I was eager to share my notes, namely Archmage's Quan's notes. I haven't slept like that since I was buried in the Lich Yard. Oh yeah, by the way, Nushu wasn't sure if this was Hildebrand or not. It took his mother to identify him. That was my really earlier. So, he was defeated by the Grand Sirs, but ignominy notwithstanding, I am most grateful for your succor, and pleasantly surprised to be reunited with you all. This wouldn't have happened if you waited for us instead of... Why are you still wearing that rubbish? An impenetrable disguise is essential when consorting with the criminal elements. Alas, 'twould seem the Grand Sirs have grown more perceptive in their newfound youth. Wait, do you mean they've already regained their youth? What about Gigi? Was he behaving strangely? Now that you mention it, his warm, soulful eyes were more pointy than I remember. By the Fury, not pointy! According to the Archmage's Quan's notes, that's a sign Gigi's used too much magic! If he carries on like this, his ether will be expended. He'll end up not more than an empty husk! Oh my gosh, we must catch up to the Sirs at once! Do you know where they're heading? All I heard was they were heading to slay dragons. They're bound for the Churning Mists to kill Needhog. Really? That all happened? Huh. I mean the other one, Race Velger. Okay, that's... Okay. We've got peace at last! Let's go murder the peaceful head of state of the other side. That'll... I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, do hereby ask you all, to aid me in rescuing my son and putting a stop to the Grand Sir's machinations. You know, there's really no need for all that. We can't because we wanted to help. Yeah. I, Nashu, faithful assistant, maker of explosives extraordinaire, do hereby present to you this fresh change of clothing. Capital! Well, the first thing I'd do, Overseer USA, is I'd shoot myself. Job done. Would you rather stab all the lost Moogles in the mist or these two losers in Idyllshire? I'd kill those stupid Moogles and their stupid faces. Just over and over and over and over. I can wake up happy if the first thing I do in my day is like, oh, get out of bed, stretch, and then just slug them with one of those Moogles as hard as I can. Oh, what brilliant craftsmanship. How do they manage? Spending too much time at this high altitude can't be good for my skin. He disguises may be amazing, but nothing beats the classic... God, I hate that outfit. To think that I stand in the heart of Dravanian territory. Me. How long ago I was scouring the streets for heretics. Make ready. The final battle with the Grand Sirs is at hand. Ooh! It would seem my wounds are more serious than I thought. I fear I am in no condition to confront our foes. There's but one thing that can restore me to my former indomitable self. Don't you worry, I've got some salamander oil right here. Shall Mummy give her baby boy a massage? Oh, dearest Mummy. Mother dearest. I would not impose upon you, not when my ever-loyal associate, Lore, stands ready to minister to my muscles. Don't tell me you're embarrassed. Let Mummy take care of little Hildy's hurts. My dear wife, I know you mean well, but let Lore handle it. I can personally attest to the healing talents of his strong yet tender fingers. I hate you all. Cover my body in oil, as you have done so many times before. I hate you. I'm gonna stop reading this out loud. Okay, I'll read that part. Such ferocious, furious kneading! I applaud your enthusiasm, but mayhap I urge you to not use excessive force. No, you're right. Already the gentle warmth begins to spread throughout my body. The fires of righteousness burn anew in my breast. Hold that thought, son. Though your passion is renewed, you may yet be spurred to greater feats of Mandervillian strength, derived from the purest essence of salamanders, the ancient legacy of House Manderville. Salamanderville! To you, my son, now become a proud father, I bequeath upon you the most sacred of oils. Salamanderville? Could it be the legends were true? Your muscles shall shine with the brilliance of 1,000 suns. No mortal man will have the power to do you harm, except for Lore. Verily it is so, for by its grace did I once weather the slings and arrows of a bandit horde and bring my hammer of justice to bear upon their wicked heads. Time has come. Take this oil! Okay. So this will make me invincible, right? Peace! Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. There we go. Yep. Oh, fine. I'll use what's left on him. Idiot. It's time for the final oiling. Salamanderville. How it flows through every nook and cranny. I don't want to know about that. Yes, that's the spirit. I can feel it building, rising. Such passion, such fervor. I am the inferno unbound, the tempest unleashed, but I have not yet begun to pose. Is this what it gives you the power to do, is to pose? Why am I playing this game? Mother, father, 'twas your oils and strong yet tender fingers which opened my eyes to the glory of creation. I mean, I am a damn good masseuse. Onward to zenith. No matter the laws of nature they pervert, nor the limits they break, the Grand Sirs can do naught to stop me. Yeah, I'll just be back here watching, as I always do. If you need me to kill anything, you know, let me know. Yeah, that's my move! Yeah, sure, hang on. Let me find you in this list. You have 2 questions in the queue? No, just 1, right there. What's a one-off occasional feature in Pokemon games you're shocked disappointed hasn't become a mainstay? You can't say all of them. All of... Well, if I can only pick 1, I'd probably go with the Mega Evolutions as my personal favorite. Also, the Flight from Omega Ruby. And the rotation battles, and triple battles, and, the thing I can't remember the name of, the Frontier in, Emerald, I think. Aw. See, now she's not attractive anymore. Yep, he's evil. Grand Sirs, I have come for my son. Oh, must we do this now? We have a dragon to slay. Oh, my dead body. There's no need for this. The war is over. Thank you for acknowledging it. But not for long. The worm's death will give rise to a new era and fire and blood. And we, having consumed his eyes, will use our new powers to win untold glory on the battlefield. Our legends will echo in eternity. This is literally more evil than what Thornton was planning. I just want you to know that. You would doom countless innocents for glory? Over my dead body? Far be it from us to deny you that. This is the end for you. The ultimate end. Really? Really? I was gonna say, they're really Knights of the Rounding this. They actually are. I just noticed I can recognize all these attacks. Although they're all low-level attacks. That is to say, level 60 attacks. Really? 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 I'm just like, ugh. Nope, he dead. Alright, so, next up on the list, let's see here. Oh, hang on. Have faith. He is our son. We're both total badasses. Surely he can rise to badassery. Yeah, I didn't oil his clothes. Gigi, my beautiful boy, pray do not look at me with such pointy eyes. Let Papa Hildy take you home to our gazebo. Stop calling me that. My name is Vivi. I remember everything. My power, my purpose, my grandpa Quan. I made them young again, but it's not enough. I need more. More! I need the worm's eyes. Then I can finally bring him back. That's not how that works. He's right, Gigi. Maybe you can restore his corporeal form and breathe life into it, but his soul, what made him your grandpapa, is forever beyond your reach. That's not true. I can restore anything to its ideal form, the way it should be. Even Grandpapa Quan, even you, Papa Hildy! I can restore you! Please, Gigi, you have to stop. If you keep using your power, you'll die! I understand your clothes are still dirty and tattered. Yep, this is his ideal form. Being a stupid, dumb moron. As they should be, for every waking moment is as the gods intended. Every day I live life to the fullest. Every day I enjoy grand adventures. To make your I found your grandpapa's research notes. What he gave you wasn't the power to make things the way they were. He gave you the power to change the world, to make things the way you believe they should be. That's why your magic has no effect on him, because you know in your heart this battered, bruised form of his is right, which is sad in various levels. My thoughts exactly. It is for the self-same reason you were unable to make Grandmaster Quan younger. In your heart you knew there was naught that needed to be changed. Your beloved grandpapa was exactly as he should be. Your every day was to be treasured and worthy of celebration. Death is good! Sorry. What about the Grand Sirs? Why was I able to make them young again? All you knew of them was the stories they told. Wondrous tales of daring do by heroes in the prime of their lives. No wonder you were able to envision them as such. Oh my god. He's primaling people. Ugh. At first, Archmagus Quan didn't understand the true nature of your abilities. He struggled to deduce why you could not make him younger as he originally intended. Eventually, he realized your fond memories of him were preventing you from conceiving him as anything but an elderly creator. And the only way to achieve his goal would be to take them from you. But you're all he had left in the world, no longer a mere mammoth, but a friend and a family. His only family, his grandson. He couldn't bear to lose you, so he renounced his quest for immortality. I still lost my memories in the end. He was afraid of leaving you all alone in the world, afraid others would take advantage of you, so before he died, he took your memories, after all, to protect you. But despite his efforts, something remained, for some stupid reason or another. You were never broken, Gigi. You were never abandoned. All he wanted was to set you free. That's why you were buried in the snow in Kurthus. Whatever you like. That was his final gift. A new life, a new story, all your own. This has all been very touching, but we're not getting any younger. Well, you're not, anyways. We have suffered your meddling long enough. I had intended to use this trap to kill the worm, but since you're so perfectly positioned... I mean, if you think that could kill Hraesvelgr, I've got another thing coming. He is going to be so pissed at that. Vivi, grandson of Archmagus Quan, and Gigi, son of Hildebrand, Helidor, Maximilian Manderville. This is my story! Titus, hey! Yeah, I play an astrologian. Could I have time powers, please? Like, all the time powers? Just all of it. The whole thing. Vivi voice is actually hard to do. I have to do a whole thing to do the Vivi voice. And frankly, the mic isn't set up to even capture my voice at that volume, so... Oh man, did I have too much pizza again? Ugh. Ever again. I dreamed I was doing quests for a moron, and they were still better than all the side quests in the Dravanian hinterlands. Hey, she's sexy again. You know, I'd be more sympathetic to you three if you weren't trying to start an international war for the sake of your own ego stroking. So, honestly, screw you. Rotten hell. Which is what you have. So, you know. To the old folks' home. Ah! Yeah, of course Vivi dies. How apropos. Do you know I voiced 3 separate death scenes in the FF9 theater? Just random thought. She's still deathy. Actually, yeah, if you're... I'm sorry, that's only counting major characters. I think I've voiced like 8 characters who die in that series, or in that game. It's like it never happened. With the last of his strength, he turned back the hands of time. Not just the pillars, but all of us. He made us as we once were, as we were meant to be. For all that gallivanting about, I get bugger all. What about my misspent youth? I was not meant to get this old. Such a fine day. Never have I squatted with such perfect form. I may have reached my physical peak. What rot. Act your age, you daft sod. You look foolish. You should be grateful. Gigi saw what you'd become and gave you a second chance. Yeah, I wouldn't have. This was our second chance. To relive the glory days. To murder innocents in the sake of a purposeless and fruitless war. It was rather silly, though, wasn't it? Maybe Quan had the right of it. Maybe growing bad isn't so bad, Gorgo. Yes, it is. It's awful, you moron. You yourselves have showcased how terrible it is in this very quest chain. I was a coward when I was young, but now that I'm old, I'm not afraid to say things like, I love you, Doris. You're a blind, bloody fool, Gonspart. Yeah, well, we'll make sure you get a cell together, okay? I really do not like them, no. At least Thornton had a brain. That's true, Reggie. You're right. There's only one thing to do. We must execute all of them. Or, I mean... everyone's alive. Gigi did everything. We win. Gigi's dead, by the way. Gigi embarked on a grand new adventure. He's no longer with us. If that's what he wanted, then I could not be happier for him. I'm sure Archmagus Quan would feel the same way. What do we do now, Inspector? We wait until Stormblood. Stormblood? I hate to admit it, but this almost got me thinking about maybe it wouldn't be so bad if I really did have a grandson. Well, yours is dead, so... I'm proud of you too, Mother, for finally coming to terms with the ephemeral nature of physical beauty and allowing yourself to age gracefully. Gracefully, was it? And we'll see you in an expansion. I guess she knocks him to the far east. No, I really don't, Jordan. So I'm going to ask, she really does have the warrior moveset. That's actually funny. I'm going to ask people in chat, how do we want to rate this whole sequence of quests? He even says in the far eastern skies, that's oh so familiar scent. Do I smell a case? So at the very least, I could see a plus for story on the presentation axis. Just the animations, the camera work. As usual, it's better than most of the other quests. I liked Vivi too. You can shrink your frying pan now, miss. You don't need to. Is he tri-wielding? Why can't I tri-wield? You do know as long as the core is intact, Vivi's not actually dead. Yeah, that's right. No need for moping about. He's fallen into a dormant state because he used up his ether. His core will gradually recharge. I'll tend to the child for now. That's fair, Inquisition. As for these three, whoops! Over the edge. Most generous offer, but hardly necessary. 'Tis my duty to bring them to justice. Oh yes, it was my duty. After everything I said to the young Inquisitor, I can't go back to Ishgard. They'll toss me in jail and throw away the key, if they don't kill me outright. Huh. So go to Idyllshire, live in Hildy's gazebo. Someone have to look after while he's away. I mean, there's worse places than Idyllshire. Trust me, I ensured it. Partake of my suffering, sir. Something for it to wait till it comes back down. It was a most graceful strike, my love. You haven't lost your touch. So yeah, one story positive is mandatory, I think. I think that's the floor here. I could see one being swung for Vivi, because Vivi's awesome. It's hard for me to judge the comedy, because I didn't find it fun for the most part. It's always hard to judge comedy you personally don't find funny. Possible. Difficult. What do I have? Oh, I know what those are. Yeah, we're actually gonna just... get rid of that. Oh, it's gone! It's gone! Moguls in the sky. Gone, gone, gone. See, that's the interesting thing, is they certainly do a better job than the original Hildebrand, which was just quirky funny. World building? Quirky funny. It's hard for me to give a negative to this one for the gameplay-wise, because it's nowhere near as bad as any of the crap I've just been doing. But also, well, there's no gameplay to the Hildebrand story. I don't mean that as a derogatory, I mean that as a statement of fact. There's nothing going on, it's just, yep. Go to this place and see a cutscene. That's kind of it, and that's kind of by design. It's an episode, you know? Yeah, Hildebrand's not a gameplay section. I mean, we did get the Greg fights in ARR, and apparently we get something in Stormblood. Don't tell me, I don't want to do this. But that's it. And yeah, that's not necessarily bad, but I think for that purpose, I wouldn't actually call it anything gameplay-wise, plus or negative. So here is Vivi. That makes me sad, because I will literally never use that minion. I do like that wall decor there. No, I never will, Zed. Not once. In gameplay. But in lore, we could presume Vivi's with us. What? Anyways. Let me look something up here. Yeah, that's what I thought. No, this is not canon. That's dumb. How did that not smack you in the face? Not that I wanted you to be smacked in the face, that just feels like that should have been like, right there as he's walking into it. I know what I'm gonna do. Why? Why? Yep, time to play Elden Ring now. It's been a while, but we're finally there. Oh my god, they're all dying again. Why do they keep dying? Alright, okay, so hang on. God, I can't discard it. I can't discard Vivi. I wasn't going to. I was just curious. I really wasn't going to. God, I need to sort out my freaking inventory so hard. Alright, let's try to smash through some boring nonsense. I'm just gonna call it that, because that's probably what it is. Let's see how bad this crap is. Wait. There it is, there it is. Come here, BB. I'm a little tall. I knelt down! I knelt down! Did you see that? I didn't know it would actually do that. That's actually really cute. Anyway, sorry. I have no feelings. I am an emotionless robot. Good night, Gigapudding. That's adorable. That we actually kneel down for BB. Alright, how much crap do we have here? Oh my god, that's a lot of quests. That's a lot of quests. Okay. Hang on. Before I lose my mind entirely, I want to see something really quick. It's okay, I've got tons of questions in the queue. Like 2 pages of questions in the queue, so... How many quests are here? That's a lot of quests. Why are there so many quests in Oz's Law? Finny Hori says, is a high skill ceiling in a game a positive by itself? No, is the short answer to that question. The longer answer is, it depends. Hang on. Okay, I'll get you some meat. Starting off good here. So, a game in which you can play very well, or your builds are really well balanced, or the combat's extremely well designed, or what something, you know, the things that lead to a high skill cap, or a high skill ceiling, those things can be positives, but having a high skill ceiling itself is not a positive, because otherwise, frankly, a lot of games that shouldn't deserve that positive would get it. There's plenty of games that are arguably bad games that have a high skill ceiling because of how much you can abuse or misuse the game mechanics, right? It's the basis of speedrunning, actually. Especially the awful block types of games. You know, there's a lot of awful block games which you can absolutely curb stomp, but doing so is very difficult. So, yes and no. As mentioned. Tim says, how much... Tim says, how much of a good movie is due to its director? Some well-renowned movie directors seem inconsistent in their movie quality. Well, the answer is, I know you're going to hate this, but it depends. Because the harsh reality is that directors have their own opinions and preferences on how much they're involved in the production of a movie. Some directors are very involved at every step of a movie. From location sighting, to props handling, to lighting design, to camera utilization, etc., etc., etc. Some directors insist on being involved with casting and all that stuff, right? And some directors only insist on being a member of this section or this section or this section of movie production. And then, of course, then you have post-production, editing, and special effects, and touching up, and extra shots, and all that fun stuff. So, how much a director is involved in the creation of a movie actually depends wildly on the director. To use a personal example, although I've only done a few productions in my life, I am a very involved director, so if something I do is good or bad, you can place a lot of that blame on me. Because I tend to be very involved at every stage of production. George Lucas, to use a common example, is someone who is actually pretty uninvolved in most steps of production on purpose. He's very involved in the technical side of things. He will always do sighting, location stuff, lighting stuff, camera stuff. Doesn't really care that much about casting, barely involves himself with the script, and does very, very little actual direction when it comes to these scenes specific, right? And effectively does nothing with the editing. There's a reason he used to rely on his wife so much back in the day for the editing side of things. And not just because of the fact that she was literally a world-renowned editor in her own right. Yeah, exactly. Just now. Someone like Michael Bay, well, actually varies in how involved he is, because he bounces back and forth, but in some cases Michael Bay is very involved, and in some cases he's not. Another perfect example of this is Peter Jackson, who is extraordinarily involved. And yeah, Chris Nolan is another good example. Both directors want to be there at every step of the process and have a hand in every step of the process. And again, I should probably mention that that's kind of unusual. I know we've just named several examples of involved directors, but when you think about the hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of directors, the fact that we can only come up with like 6 or 7 who are that involved probably says something. Most directors really don't want to be that involved, and for good reason, because it is an extraordinary amount of work. It's effectively 3 or 4 full-time jobs, 7 days a week. At least during production. So. Baron says, do you think the Force should have a singular, unified interpretation of the Force? Yes, I do think that the writers should have one answer for what the Force is and how... Why are there 2 questions? And how the Force operates. Otherwise, they're just cheating narratively, and they're not doing their job as writers. As I've often said many, many times, even if you never show it on camera, the writer should know the actual answer to something. I've believed that for years, and I stand by that firmly. So yes, there should be, and there will be, in the Star Wars rewrite, one interpretation of the Force. It'll probably be mine, to be completely honest, but we'll see what people think of that. What? Right, I should probably pick this up first. Let's see, next question. Do you think the politics in the prequels are a good thing? And if so, will you keep most of it for the rewrite? Yes and no. So yes, because politics, especially Star Wars politics, tend to be fascinating. No, because they were written by a monkey. That being said, absolutely the politics are going to stay in the Star Wars prequel. My sister has jokingly said several times that she thinks I'm incapable of writing something that doesn't include politics. She is demonstrably wrong, of course, but, I mean, there's a reason 99% of my stories involve politics and war and stuff like that to some extent or another. Even my Mega Man story touched on that quite a bit. Where's this other person? Well, I'm afraid I must damn you forever, Evo, for being the worst writer ever. Yeah, no, I do have to put effort into it. I can provide one thing I've written recently, which does not have politics in it. The Link to the Past theater, which doesn't have politics involved. Really? Didn't I? Okay. You... No, I agree, Reggie. Like, it's surface level, is exactly the way I would describe it. This is totally how politics works. And while they're not wrong, they're talking like schoolground, schoolyard politics, which is a thing, but, you know, we've begun to tax trade routes, and therefore we're sending an invasion fleet. But bureaucracy stops its thing. Okay, that's like various levels of not getting to any of the actual points involved there. And you're also saying it boringly. How hard do you have to work to present a planetary invasion as dull? And stupid, while we're on the subject. Like, I gotta salute that. That takes work. Hang on, sorry. I'll answer the next question as soon as I turn in this quest here. There you go. I love this. I've done 2 quests so far to get people more food because they have difficulty cooking up here. We've actually already covered this because this was actually part of the... Oh, that's even stupider. This guy is one of the people I was going to request better foodstuffs because the people who are assigned to this post are having low morale because of the low quality of their rations. Makes sense. He just sent me off to hunt for food for better rations, is his quest. He then immediately responds to the other quest saying, we just can't deal with more rations. We should be thankful for what we have. Mostly because they have trouble shipping in food, because they have to ship in most of their food, because the Botanist Guild at Quest actually already discussed that, so that's its own thing. Anyways. If I could write a prequel... Hang on. If I could write a prequel to any work, what would I pick? That's a good question. So, 3 things come to mind immediately. The setting that shall not be named, Final Fantasy VI, and Final Fantasy X. All of which I think could stand to have some prequel works, since there's a fairly large amount of lore and backstory to be covered, which hasn't been. I mean, Orin, Jecht, and, I can't remember his name all of a sudden. Bob story, you know? Well, that's a sequel, not a prequel. Bit different. You're stupid. Here, I saved your sorry asses from the Vanu. It's like a 2-minute short, classic game lover. I'm off to space! And then it lands on FF7's world. I'm here! Now what? What's a positive feature of MMOs that's unique to MMOs? None. There's no such thing. The closest thing to that really defines what an MMO is... I wasn't stealing your babies. Go away. Well, now I'll steal your babies because you're dead. The closest thing to a truly unique thing that an MMO has is not actually the multiplayer, believe it or not. It's the continuously updating gameplay. It's one of the reasons why, it's actually the core reason why MMOs are considered separate in the reviews, even though I'm using their same review system. It's because we're effectively playing through, like, 10 games, which all just happen to be the same game. I had to think about that for a second. Let's see here. Yeah, exactly, Reggie. Like I said, that isn't really unique to MMOs anymore, have I? That's all of them. I've checked all of them. There we go. But, you know, it's probably the closest thing to what really identifies an MMO as an MMO. The continuously updating nature of it. I know what you're thinking, but massively multiplayer is in the name. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. Real-time strategy games aren't real-time strategy either, so... Yeah, I saved your men. They're alive. Yep. I know. Bismarck. I've actually already dealt with Bismarck, but we'll pretend we didn't. Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. Aww. That's nice of you. My inventory is once again getting cramped. I really need to do some inventory sorting, but I'll try to do that off camera. I'll just do a little of this right now. Discard. Discard. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny how our definitions just kind of grow over time. Here's your cloud. And by cloud, I mean mushroom. Cloud. Cloud top mushroom. Why is this the one that's chaining? Why? Don't worry, there's gonna be chains. There's always chains. It always comes back. Let's see here. So, next question. You're tasked with writing a story arc for FF14 to learn the Warrior of Light Evil. Alright, so I shoot myself. There we go. I mean, my first answer to that is no, that's stupid. But the question is, how do we make the Warrior of Light evil in a way that minimizes fan outrage? So there's a couple of ways you can approach a narrative arc that you know people are going to be upset about. One approach, well, there's actually three approaches, sorry. So one approach is to try and really babyfoot around it until you get to it, and then it's like, aha! I don't recommend that at all. It never works. Especially since people will take it the wrong way, and that'll be terrible. Option 2 is to do really slight, barely maybe changes in the hopes that people won't really do a thing and just the whole time insist, it's okay, we've got this. We've got a plan in mind. Everything's going to work out. Trust us. And then when people get upset about your story, figure out what they're upset about and retcon it. I'm not making this up, by the way. This is a valid way of doing this. I wouldn't recommend that way either. I would recommend the way that I do it, because of course I frickin' would. I guess that kind of goes without saying. So let's just say that there are some things in the Trek rewrite that people are not going to like. And my approach to that is very simple. Rip the Band-Aid off as hard and as early as possible. So if we have to make the FF14 Warrior of Light evil, what we do is we start with a story arc of him, or her, or them, being evil. Bam! Right off the bat. Dive into it. Get the outrage over with. Get the story out of there, and then go ahead and work from there. That's how you do that. So that's my answer to you. We have to make him evil. Fine. He's evil. Bam. Done. And then, yeah, then you get the Necromancer class. Maybe a redemption arc? I don't know. This isn't my story arc, so I don't know what we do with it. Get out of my inventory. Throw it in my inventory. Hang on, but this is getting a little bit kilometer. Do this. There we go. Who'd win in a fight, 47 or Batman? Well, Batman would think he'd win, but actually he's successfully, you know, managed to fight something else. Agent 47 actually disguised himself and just walked away peacefully, and successfully managed his assassination. Have you seen Critical Role? Asks Nameless Baron. No. Thoughts? Irritation. Irritation is my thoughts about Critical Role. I could go into detail on that if anybody wants me to, but... Hey, Canada Bangs. How would you fix the Clone Wars in the rewrite? Do you mean the movie or the show? Because the show is long. It's like 7 seasons. So that's a lot of stuff to cover. Really? Okay. And if it's the movie, then eject it entirely. Please tell me I don't have to find your men. I've already done enough with this with the goddamn Moogles. Let me go find the 3 lost soldiers. Like, if it's one of those you put a gun to my head situations and I have to fix the movie, then what I would do is I would throw the entire movie's premise out the window. The whole thing, gone. Completely rewrite it from scratch. Introduce Ahsoka, duh. Make her less irritating, duh. Introduce the war and Anakin's connection to the clones, duh. Damn. I should pay attention first. Oh, no. I got lucky. There they are. These quests so goddamn much. Sorry. I apologize. I sound so negative. Don't worry. I swear to God, once we're through with all these bundles of side quests, we will act... And I'm going to do more of these off camera, of course. We will finally be back to actual meat content, and we can get back to positivity. Instead of endlessly chaining, badly designed, piss-or... quests. You know what we're doing right now? Here, you ready for this? The great grand story arc. Okay, you ready for this? We're fighting the Vanu. That's it. That's all we're doing. That's the whole thing. The other story arc, the one back in town, that was feeding the troops who were fighting the Vanu. That's it. And don't worry, as always, I will summarize the stories I do off camera. I can prove that. I did that this morning. So I don't need to do that. So back to the QA bot. What do we got here? You are tasked with hurting society as much as possible. Why? Why are you so evil? By removing one movie. So this is actually a question I got the other day, and my answer was null. I'm not a big fan of removing things from reality. But if I had to remove one movie from existence forever and ever and ever, and see all of the horrific changes that would come from that, I would probably pick The Room so people would stop quoting it at me. Yep, you're welcome for rescuing your sorry asses from the Vanu. You moron. How much would Episode 1 be fixed by having Jar Jar's parent having an abortion? Very little, actually. Now, I know this sounds like a strange statement, but speaking as someone who has actually spent a fairly lengthy amount of time thinking about the Star Wars movies, probably too much if I'm being honest, Jar Jar isn't really that big of a problem in Episode 1. Really. Jar Jar is stupid, badly written, badly acted, irritating. He is deliberate irritating. This is not presumption. This is from the words of George Lucas himself. He is designed to be a deliberately irritating child, so that the kids in the audience can sympathize with him. That's not me making that up. So that's bad, but that's it. Lots of movies have that kind of crap. I mean, Return of the Jedi has that kind of crap, for God's sakes. That's something that can be worked around. Now, fixing Jar Jar is something I would want to do, and is ironically easy to do. But Jar Jar isn't even, like, in my top 5 for things that I would fix in Episode 1. Ugh, stop giving me item rewards. Delete. I'm going to throw this over the edge right in front of you. I've actually been told before, this is not a joke, that the only reason I didn't like Episode 1 was because I saw it when I was like 18 or whatever year that would be. 17 or 18, somewhere around there. But if I saw it as a kid, I would love it. No, I freaking wouldn't have. Also, I know several kids who have seen Episode 1, and they were not particularly fond of it. Why do I keep having to kill this guy? I get why. It's just... Oh, yeah, let's grab that. Ugh. I mean, there's some decent stuff. I used to play a game with my streamers, or my viewers. I'm the streamer. We're all streamers here. Think of the good stuff in Episode 1. And it's not that hard of a game to play, really. There are good moments, good scenes, good elements, good concepts, good visuals, good music. There is good stuff in Episode 1. It still sucks as a movie, don't mistake me. But it's always important to keep in mind both sides of the equation. It's the very nature of how I do these reviews. There are pluses and there are minuses. Oh, it totally was a first draft on the script side of things. I've actually myself several times discussed exactly how dialogue writing works from a behind-the-scenes perspective. And one of the most common things I talk about... One second. Is the idea that what you do is you write the idea... This is a common thing. Not every writer does. But you write the idea of what you want the dialogue to be. Sometimes even really generically, like... generic rejoinder. And you just... And that's all you write. And then you come back and then you turn that into dialogue. And then you polish it. And then you polish it. And then you polish it, right? And usually I go from the 1 to 9 system because a lot of actual writers, in television especially, do 9 reworks of a given script before they get to, you know, the actual script, the spec script that they'll be reading on camera. Episode 1 is definitely, like, maybe rewrite 2 of that list. It is an early draft of a script. And that's its biggest problem, in my opinion. Thank you very much, Lightheart Gaming. I always appreciate those subs very much, Lee. Thank you. And there's a car just flying by. If you would like to put that sub towards increasing interest in a specific game, please let me know. Thank you. Got the name here before I forget. I imagine you will have a lot of fans thereof, or rather, she will have a lot of fans thereof in chat. Generations had, God, I want to say it's like 20-something rewrites. It was a lot. It was so many. The problem is, there's another problem when it comes from a writing perspective. Sometimes you just can't wrestle it into position, and no matter what you do, you just keep coming with more problems for yourself. For those of you who don't know how this works, if you've never been through this, let's say you're writing a story. I can't come up with a specific example, but you have a thing where this person goes to sea and goes over here, but then you're like, well, hang on. I already established that the sea is acid, so how are they going across the sea? Okay, so they get a boat that's metal. Well, hang on, how do they have metal? Because they're on a desert island with no metal on it. Okay, so they find a metal boat. Well, how did the metal boat get there? And you just make problems for yourself, right? Like, I'm sure those of you who've practiced writing or just done this for fun or for class or whatever, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You just kind of keep writing yourself into holes and into problems, and that's Generations in a nutshell. That's exactly what was going on for both Brada Braga and, I can't think of his name, the other guy. They just kept writing more and more problems for themselves, and they just kept bonking their heads into the wall, like, ugh! Ugh! Why is this not working? And yeah, part of the problem is they had several mandates. So Tim says something about the core concept is inherently flawed. This is one of the problems that Generations had. They had several mandates that they had to write into the script, and they were just like, okay, we have to have time travel because we have to have Kirk meet Picard, so that's mandatory. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly like art gaming. I am nowhere near versed or capable, near competent enough to do that. Besides, whoops, there we go. I think people would kill me if I did that. Although, I actually didn't know she worked on Revolutions. Do you know what work she did in Revolutions? Obviously, she sang for Answers. I knew that. And she sings for Dragon Song. I knew that. Maybe someone in chat can answer me? I don't know. Yeah, First Contact was a funny one because they were like, alright, we will make this story with no mandates. And then the first thing that happened was they were given a mandate. love that. First thing that happened. Here's a mandate. Okay. The mandate was time travel, by the way. It was a Burman mandate. Yep. Oh, I don't even want to get into that. Classic game lover. My goodness. Why would you stay here? Another thing that irritates me personally, there's a long-standing trend. Even now, all you can think of is your stomach. You need to feed your freaking soldiers! God dang. Sorry, just irritated by this. Entire quest arc. Why would they get upset by that? Lighthearted gaming? Jeez Louise. People need to chill a bit. Yeah, food is a suggestion. It is good. Ain't that the truth? Alright, let's head up to those quests. We're actually going to skip these three, because that's part of the Vanus step, and we're just going to skip those. So we actually only have 3 left to go for right now. I know, Tim, but let's not get into that topic, because that's nightmare range. Mandates. A lot of people, and for good reason, look at executive mandates as a bad thing. And it's such a shame. Because mandates are actually a good thing by most respects, if they're good. You know what I mean? It's one of those horrible things where people's issue isn't really with the fact that executives jump in and say you need to do this and that. It's that they say stupid things. I guarantee you, if I ever actually get the writer's room going and get some people going around, I'm going to be like, hey, here's some mandates. And I will be thinking very carefully and very precisely about what they are. You want me to? Okay. And, for the record, if one of my writers comes to me and says, Lore, you're an idiot. We need to talk about this mandate, I will listen to them. It's dictator with counsel for a reason, you know? Yeah, arguments on Twitter. No, thank you. But anyways, to fully answer you, Lighthearted Gaming, that's actually... I don't think I'm worthy of the honor, to be completely blunt, but to be more honest, I also have no idea what I would ask her. You know, I can only think of generic questions, because I'm not that familiar with her work, and I'm an idiot. So I appreciate the offer, though. For real. Tell her she's awesome. I'm sure she hears that a lot. But in my experience, creative people need to hear that more. Get away from the dreck, you know? I've been telling that a lot lately. In fact, I've been trying to remind Third every time he runs D&D for us. It's like, good session. You did a good job. Because people need to be reminded of that kind of thing. Too many people just let good content go by without commenting on it. It's one of the reasons I say thank you so often when, you know, I'm just out grocery shopping or whatever, or just chatting with someone. But, you know, whatever. Point is, I need an antidote. Yes, there will, Finny Hori. And it will be earlier. The earlier D&D time is pretty much set in stone at this point. Thank you, Ross. I do hope you like our Janeway. I really do. I'm keeping a little bit tight-lipped because Voyager is the most written out of any of the shows, including Enterprise. So forgive me, but I really do hope you enjoy. Whoa, I missed a quest down here. I hope you enjoy our Janeway. What is an example of someone with too much freedom for writing and should have had some mandates? Well, writing's a bad example of that, but actually I do. You know what? No, I've got a good example of that. Hang on, let me look up the name of the author because I can't remember right now. Yes, Ross. It had to be. Time travel. I had to write out every season. I had to write out the skeleton of each season of Voyager before I even got started on anything else. Harlan Ellison, City on the Edge of Forever. That is a writer specifically who needed more mandates, who needed to be reined in and write a good Star Trek episode, which is not what he wrote when he wrote City on the Edge of Forever. The Year of Hell... and that's all I'm going to say about The Year of Hell. Here you go. Here's your beak. Enjoy. Thank you, Lighthearted Gaming. I mean, admittedly, I will go ahead and freely admit, I do not... I've read Harlan's original script. You can find it on Amazon. It is, in my opinion, not a particularly good story. I should probably point out I don't like Harlan Ellison's work in general. So, grain of salt, right? But it is 100% not a Star Trek episode. That's the problem. That's someone who needed mandates. So, questions. What have we got in the question queue here? Have I ever watched the Mission Impossible movies? Thoughts if so? Yes, but mostly no. I didn't really get into them, not on purpose, mostly as a consequence of not really having a lot of time in my life to watch those kind of movies when they were coming out. So I've seen the first one and the latest one, the one that just came out 2 years ago. That's it. That's what I got. Who's my favorite Trek writer? Rogue Nation. Was that it? Was that the latest one? I think it was. No, it might have been the one right after that. Whatever. So... I can't remember. I missed the name. Yeah, I think Fallout was the one I saw. Rogue Nation was the one leading into it, I think. I don't think I can name a favorite Star Trek writer off the top of my head. There's several good ones who do several good things. Here you go. Be healed. Welcome. I can't say more in good conscience. Because if I say more, then I actually have to say Braga. And I know what you're thinking. Braga? But no, really. As much as Braga had a lot of... because of the whole overworked thing and the, the other overworked thing and the other overworked thing. Yes, really. Braga put out some very good scripts and obviously gave a very... He gave a damn. He cared a lot about putting out the best possible script he could on a regular basis. I respect that. He is also willing to admit that he wrote crap, which is something most other writers are not willing to do, including Moore. And yeah, Braga was a great group writer. He did some wonderful stuff when writing with other people, repeatedly. Yeah, we don't talk about Jerry Taylor. As I mentioned, we're not doing the Vanu quest, so I think we're actually done with this song. Yay! Wait, nope. One new quest popped up, because of course it did. It just had to ruin my day, didn't it? Exactly, Finny Hori. I know too many writers who when their writing is insulted, they knuckle down, and they say, no! Fans are just stupid. Braga was like, man, God, you're right. That was just crap. I'm sorry. And he tries to improve. And frankly, if you follow Braga's writing over the years, you can kind of see how it does kind of trend upwards, with a couple of noticeable dips for the overworking problem I already mentioned. No. Let's see. Swap 2 heroes from 2 universes to improve both worlds. Which 2 heroes do you choose? Let's go with a real-life hero, doesn't matter who it is, and Superman. There we go. We're done. Everything's fixed forever. No? Okay. Let me think about that. Yeah, there's a certain writer, who I'm just going to name. His name is Robert Orkey, and he can go straight to hell for being one of the worst writers in ever. And, at least in Hollywood, one of the first professional writers, let's put that simply. Hey, do you have a key? Can I have a key, please? Please. Please. Please, why aren't you dead yet? Oh my god, die! Wow! You're just hungry for this, aren't you? Yeah, Braga gave us Threshold, but he's also given us a lot of really good stuff over the years. Including First Contact. And All Good Things. Yes, Bron Braga roll Threshold by himself, by the way, to add back to that works best in a group thing I just mentioned. And Braga apologized for Threshold because it was crap. Go figure. Okay, so hang on. So I have to actually swap 2 heroes. Okay. Terra from Final Fantasy VI and Twilight Sparkle from My Little Pony. Done. Think about it. You're welcome. That's it, right? We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. Okay, let's go do Oz's Law, which unfortunately we'll have no shortcuts on, but whatever. Let's just get this over with. Last zone. Last zone for Heaven's Word. Oh, my back. Oh. Well, actually, what I was thinking about it is it would be to the... So, Terra has tremendous magical power, and herself is someone who needs to be embraced for being an outsider because she's literally a hybrid of 2 races. And, frankly, FF6's world could use someone who has enough skill and knowledge about magical usage in order to do mundane things like restoring the planet back to feasible functionality. That would be useful in that sense. Wow, that's the most generic quest ever. That's a good question, Ross. I'm not sure, admittedly. Greetings, loyal Alagan troops. Your task is to locate and destroy 5 Snapper Rooks. Please ensure all targets are rendered completely dead and or inoperable. Good hunting. Oh, hey, there's some right here. Boop. There's gonna be a lot of killing here. Deals. This also means I'll probably be able to finish these quests offline. And then we'll be able to... Hi, Bragwin! Mount Kiss! Mwah! Okay, there we go. Let's see, so... How would it feel being kissed by a Magitech armor? Or a giant bird, for that matter. How powerful do I think Terra would be in FF14? It's a tricky one. The very rules of FF14 are so unique thanks to the whole ether thing, that's kind of hard to judge, really. I'm not going to be biased and say Terra is super awesome. However, Terra is extremely powerful. As we've discussed before, Terra is arguably one of the strongest Final Fantasy protagonists across the whole franchise. Only beaten by a couple of, let's call it what it is, cheaters like Noctis and Lightning. So, Terra would probably be pretty legit. I don't think she would be quite at the Warrior of Lights level, but I think she could probably match Estinian, for example. And that's pretty high if you know anything about that. Oh, absolutely, Ross. Cloud is superhuman, and that's it. Terra is superhuman and has something I can't spoil for you, and innately knows magic. Powerful magic. Healing and destructive and affecting magic. So all schools. Think about it. Could the Warrior of Light rival Lightning? As much as I hate to admit this to myself, no. Lightning is just way too overpowered. I really don't think there's anything that matches Lightning. And I don't mean that in a good way. I usually like powerful characters. You know, I like Voldemort. I like Sigma. I don't know. Bad examples. Today's training is intended to teach the importance of when dealing with situations. We hope this knowledge serves you well in your service of the Elagan Empire. I mean, Lightning would beat XIV. Oh, that sounds like fun, Ross. Confirming control units within acceptable parameter. Sterilization node is 4,962 years, 3 months, and 12 days overdue for replacement. To minimize risk of catastrophic system failure, please replace the sterilization node at your earliest convenience. Agreed, Tim. And you're right. It is possible, and indeed there are several examples of stories with very powerful beings that work, but usually they're just, you know, bad Superman stories. Let's see, how do we do this story? I don't know, let's invent another new form of I can't even think what it's called. Stuff. Kryptonite, in order to try and pare him down, and then we could write the story. Or you could write... Okay, whatever. Excuse me. Danger, danger, unable to access key security systems. Okay, I'll help you out with that. But I should probably mention that Terra being in this setting would be interesting and also kind of awesome. Because we would totally embrace her in the Scions. And she would be hated by almost everyone else. The Garleans would hate her as a mongrel hybrid. Actually, frankly, so would probably most of the other areas and cultures. But we would embrace her. Yeah, or Darkseid shows up, or Doomsday shows up. Initializing system test. Test subject not found. Initializing system test. Congratulations on being selected for system testing. Please verify the effectiveness of the Citizen Compliance Assurance subsystem by approaching Clockwork Engineers and Clockwork Paladins and demonstrating non-compliant behavior. What? Oh, that's messed up. Oh yeah, probably classic game lover. Like, several Final Fantasy protagonists are fairly well built physically, but Cloud is quite literally superhuman. Easy. Didn't start that way, but you know, he got there. Yeah. Of course he gets motion sick. But not before he kicks ass. I love that attack. Oh god, that sounds awful, Breakwin. Sorry, just fate grinding. No, thank you. Test subjects neutralized 0. System performance unsatisfactory. Oh my god! Did you catch that? Hang on, I'm going to read that out loud in full. Okay, you ready for this? Thank you for participating in the Citizen Compliance Assurance Subsystem Testing Program. Test subjects neutralized 0. That's us, by the way, the civilians. Subsystem performance unsatisfactory. Upgrade of suppression infrastructure recommended to ensure optimal citizen conformance. Yeah. Huh? That's... Okay. That's messed. Oh, absolutely, Tim. This is already more story than the last 3 zones combined. You notice I just skipped over the previous zone? In recognition of your part in preventing a possible repeat of the incident in which 209 civilians and/or researchers were savagely associated 600-hour cleanup effort has been recommended for the... And my inventory's clogging up again. Get off of my inventory, please. Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, the more we learn about Alec, the more it's like, huh? Well, let's see. Questions. How would you rewrite Hildebrand? I'd make it funny. Mr. Red says, if idiocy was a power multiplying factor, would Hildebrand be as strong as the Warrior of Light? Okay, so real talk. Idiocy actually is a literal superpower in several settings. Too stupid to die, or too stupid to be hurt, or too stupid to acknowledge their own limitations is actually a thing. So if that was actually a thing for Hildebrand, then we'd be completely bluggered. Transmission received from Composite Lifeform Research Facility. Congratulations, you've been selected to assist the research experiment. Sensors indicate escape by subject in Tester 167B Accelerated Chimera Breeding Program. Subject presents extreme risk. Recommend immediate termination. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, Chimera Breeding Program. Let's just smash animals together and then force them to breed. Which is exactly as horrible as it sounds. Please think about it. No, think about it. Really process it. Put it into your mind just how messed up this crap is. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's the Chimera brain. I think we could actually point to several races that are a result of a login crap. I don't remember the full list right now, please forgive me. But it's a decent-sized list. Not doing the Fate game. You can stop the music. Thank you. Might be a weird question, but I just picked up some dice for my in-person game, and I'm wondering what your favorite type of die is. Mine is the D12. But nobody likes D12s. If I had to pick a favorite die, I would honestly probably go with the D8. And that's just the math geek in me. There is so much that's just useful for this. 1 through 8 is a wonderful range for designing pen and paper stuff. So you can do a lot with a D8. Please be assured that while all composite lifeform attempts to date have been invariably psychologically unstable, and research program will not waver in its pursuit of the noble goal of... Good to know. Keep on keeping on, you psychopaths. D8s also roll well. That's another thing. Here's another plus for being here. We get this song. Let's see. Question. What franchise has degraded the most over the years? Okay. Okay, let's stay civil as we answer that question. Let's take this nice and civil. Let's go ahead and admit that whether you're going to say 1 star or another, you're wrong, because the answer is Command and Conquer. Welcome to the Etherochemical Research Facility Employee Hunting Program. Sponsored by the Etherochemical Research Facility Benefits Department. Stay fit and healthy by participating in our daily hunting contest. Today's objective is 4 impuses. Work as fast as you can and try to beat the current record of data not found. You are so wrong, Ross. I don't even know where to begin with that. Mario Odyssey is one of, if not the best Mario games ever made. Atmospheric impurities at critical levels. Atmospheric corpse, flower, spore... Wait. I'm sorry. Let me start that over. Atmospheric corpse, flower, spore levels currently at 1,312% of maximum safe limit and rising. What are corpse flowers? And why are they spreading? Okay. I'm just gonna let that one go. Let's go deal with some corpse flowers. Like you do. See, the thing is, for the Mario franchise, I would say it did actually dip because Mario 64 and Mario Sunshine. But then Mario Galaxy came out, and hey, it was good again. And frankly, I don't think they've actually dipped since Mario Galaxy. I think they've just kind of continued being awesome. Mario Galaxy 2 is even better than Mario Galaxy 1. And then we have Mario 3D World, which is just legit. And even more legit nowadays. Then you have Mario Odyssey. And yeah, Bowser's Fury, if that even counts. We've got the new Super Mario Brothers, which dipped a little bit. That was in the dip range, because that was the DS. But then the new series started to redeem itself by actually becoming good, which is just a new and unusual thought. Oh god, yeah, Street Fighter is certainly a series that's bounced around a bunch, hadn't it? I can also mention Mega Man, but dead franchises, I feel like that's cheating. I feel like the question is more about a franchise that's still going. Oh, by the way, in case you're wondering about the Command & Conquer thing, so we had Command & Conquer 1, which was kind of crap, but it was one of the first RTSs ever, so, you know, a little bit of a pass on that. Command & Conquer 2, which was okay. Command & Conquer Red Alert, which was better. Red Alert 2, which was much better. Red Alert 3, which is way better. Command & Conquer 3, which is really good. Command & Conquer 4, which tried things, sucked, and failed. I mean, this is the last zone, Mr. Red. So, yeah. And then Command & Conquer died for many years. But wait! It's okay, it came back as a terrible MOBAge game. Oh yeah, speaking of franchises that have degraded over the years, Breath of Fire. How many of you even know there's actually a Breath of Fire 6? It's on the phone. Increased corpse flower population determined to be a result of atmospheric growth stimulation catalyst being unintentionally released by the Ecological Synthesis Research Facility. Transmitting report. Cool. I liked Breath of Fire 2. Well, that's not quite true. Breath of Fire 2 sucked, but... Then 3 was okay. And then 4 was apparently very good. It's the only one I haven't played. Then 5 was and then 6 is garbage. We would like to remind all participants that laboratory assistants and laboratory property do not constitute valid targets for the purposes of... Remember to come back to next week's target 3 Elizon. What? Truth be told, I haven't reviewed Breath of Fire 1. I actually think I agree with you. Dakota and I have talked about this a couple of times. Breath of Fire 2 has some very bad issues to it. Really bad issues. And while Breath of Fire 2 certainly has more of an attempt at story, it's not that great of a story, it's just more story. Breath of Fire 1 has less story, but better gameplay in several respects than Breath of Fire 2. Also, I'm going to go against the grain here. Here it is. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. I really like Pokemon Sword and Shield. Like a lot, actually. Intruder alert, detecting multiple hostile entities, judging by their weapons, equipment, and formation. 85.4% likelihood they will launch an attack on the console. With our current military force, each Allagan soldier must defeat at least 7.99 intruders to ensure victory. In the face of overwhelming our beloved Allagan Empire. Now, if I can clarify, Classic Glane Governor, because we're not just trying to be contrary here. Pokemon Sword and Shield, in my opinion, did two things very right. Two broad things. One, I liked the overall framework of the narrative. Not the main plot of the stupid, dumb, stupid. I mean, just the way they did the Football League approach, right? I actually really enjoyed that. And frankly, I think it was a breath of fresh air after years and years of go to the league, and then there's an evil group. I liked the way they did that. It was good. Lots of visual storytelling, lots of background storytelling, some good stuff there. The other thing I liked was the framework of the gameplay. So we often talk about gameplay, right? The thing is, gameplay is divided into dozens of categories. But even if we were to divide gameplay into large-scale categories, there are two broad categories that gameplay can fit into. Content and functionality, or systems or mechanisms, or whatever you want to call that. So, Sword and Shield's content sucked. The battles were dumb, the fights were barely designed, there's no real fun, optional, engaging stuff, and too many of the enemies are just, huh? But the systems were the best they've ever been. Amazing interface and HUD and interaction and tons upon tons upon tons of convenience features. Most of the Pokemon games, even as recently as the DS stuff, feels irritating to play despite the quality of the content. Sword and Shield flips that. The content kind of sucks, but it just feels so smooth and so enjoyable to just play it. Lol, Breakwin. Intruders force terminated. The Allagan Empire thanks its brave soldiers for their noble sacrifice. This is the first recorded insurrection attempt in over 5,000 years. Please wait for a report to be compiled for presentation to the Council, recommending a comprehensive review of our security measures. Oh, I don't blame you, Classic Game Lover. I wanted to clarify why I say I enjoyed the game. Because I did. I had fun playing it. It also had negatives, because that's how that works. God, these nodes are better story than every NPC I've encountered in every one of these side quest zones. Please help. The freight handling subsystem has never received a deactivation command. Has been running for 5,012 years, 8 months, and 2 days. Unfortunately, I do not have direct control over that subsystem and cannot issue an override command to deactivate it. Due to the severity of the situation, I am authorizing you to deactivate the effect units. Okay. Sure. Lufia has degraded since Lufia 2. You know what? I can't argue that. I just noticed the time. Hang on. Rather than do this, let's smash through the cube really quick here. Question. I'll leave some of these for tomorrow, because we're gonna... I've decided I'm gonna do the rest of these on camera, because apparently there's actually some frickin' lore here. So we'll finish up Oz's Law tomorrow morning. But really quick. Surely player choice, as much as anything else, is not always a positive. Is there an example where a lack of player choice is a positive? Yes, thousands of examples, but it's so hard to narrow one down, it's hard to explain it. So, hear me out for a second. Total player choice is something that's needs to be a just right. Too little of it sucks, and too much of it sucks. If you give a player the option to do anything, then you have a story that's not going to have any strength to it, because the beats have to follow someone who can or may have done anything and has to just kind of de-involve you, right? So that kind of a thing doesn't work. It's the same thing with a gameplay thing. If you give the player too many options and too many choices, which are or aren't good, that's kind of a separate category, then what you've done is you've made a spreadsheet in your video game. See Path of Exile for a good example of that. So let's see. Next question, super quick. An infinite number of monkeys typing for a role eventually writes Shakespeare. What's the minimum number of monkeys to write the Raven? 3. Have you ever come up with an FF6 sequel idea? Yeah, I'm going to save that question if that's okay, because I want to talk about that one. Do you think these quests would be less negative worthy if either travel speed was increased or there were more fast travel options? Yes, to both. As I mentioned earlier, Guild Wars 2 gets around this problem by virtue of having substantially better movement travel systems, and frankly, so do a lot of other MMOs that I could name. What's a good example of something with too much freedom for writing that should have had mandates? I think I actually answered that earlier. How much of TOS did you remove for the Trek rewrite? So we haven't actually gotten to TOS yet. So the answer is, I don't know yet. The only thing we've definitively done is we've changed Uhura's role into being the diplomatic corps representative, which means she's going to be involved in a lot of major plot lines. That's the only change we've made so far to TOS. What's your suggestion? Oh, by the way, the diplomatic corps is going to be a major theme in the whole of the Trek rewrite. Troy's going to be a member of the diplomatic corps. And we're thinking we're not sure how we're going to do the diplomatic corps in DS9, because they're going to have a lot to do in Deep Space Nine. So we're thinking we'll have a team involved in that one. Not sure how we're going to deal with that one. Voyager, of course, will have no one from the diplomatic corps on board, which will cause them many, many problems in the Delta Quadrant, because they don't have a diplomatic corps representative on a ship making first contact with dozens of new species. Will ships have counselors? No. That's stupid. What is your suggestion for a way for a new writer to write with training wheels? I'm going to save that one too. That's a long topic. Who would win in a 1v1 to death? Kefka after the statues, or Sephiroth with the black materia? Kefka. He has all the magic in the world. The end. Mr. Red. Funniest instance of people going to war and killing each other for no good reason in fiction. Funniest. 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 I feel like there's something... Oh, I've got it! Going to war over air in Space Bells. Alright, there we go. And you've been granted the ability to heal any injury with the drawback that you will experience all the suffering caused, past and present, by the damage you're healing. I don't understand that. So, like, if I heal your... You know, if you cut your hand slightly and I heal that hand, I feel the damage of the cut? Like, okay, that's not a big cost. In fact, that's a very common thing when it comes to fiction. So, that's transference, is actually what they call it, transference healing. So who am I morally obligated to heal? Well, my niece, in any situation whatsoever. My sister, in any situation whatsoever. That's it. We're good. Tomorrow, we will finish up Azus Law, do the Scholasticate and all that fun stuff, and hopefully get on with the frickin' MSQ. Oh, we gotta do the dungeons, too. And then get on with the MSQ. So hopefully we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.